This is the regular city council meeting of
Recording in progress.
March 29th, 2022. Madam, let's see, where we go here? Recording, okay. Would you join me for the Pledge of Allegiance? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Okay, Madam Clerk, would you call the roll, please?
Yes, Councilmember Alejandra Gutierrez.
Here.
Councilmember Sneddon.
Here.
Councilmember Friedman.
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Harmon.
Here.
Councilmember Oscar Gutierrez.
Present.
Councilmember Jordan.
Here.
And Mayor Rouse.
Here.
Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. And we have a ceremony item. Would you read that item, please?
Yes, our ceremonial item is National Library Week from April 3rd to April 9th, 2022.
All right, very good. And we have a proclamation to read. Do we have somebody coming up? And I guess, am I doing it the old-fashioned way? Hot dog?
You are. We're
This is first for me. It's a first for me, too. Wait, you see the mic's on. Alrighty then. Just to proclaim, this is National Library Week, April 3rd through 9th, 2022. Whereas libraries have long served as trusted and treasured institutions, and library workers and librarians fuel efforts to better their communities, and whereas libraries and their services extend far beyond the walls of a building, actively working to bring collections and resources to those who need them most. In Santa Barbara, this is seen with such initiatives as Library on the Go, Outreach Vehicle, and our Spanish Outreach Team project. And whereas libraries offer opportunities for people of all ages to achieve their educational goals by offering early literacy classes, science, technology, and maker classes, adult literacy and workforce development programs, and volunteer opportunities. And whereas libraries offer access to arts, culture, and the opportunity to connect with the community members through literature, visual arts, and performing arts exhibitions. And whereas libraries provide free access to computers and Wi-Fi, and also offer internet hotspots and laptops for checkout in order to mitigate the digital divide. And whereas Santa Barbara Library staff work to serve community members of all backgrounds, as well as actively reduce structural barriers to access information for marginalized groups, including Black, Indigenous, and people of color, immigrants, people with disabilities, and the most vulnerable in our communities by offering services and resources to help transform communities, open minds, and promote inclusion, diversity, equity, and justice. And, last whereas, libraries, librarians, library workers, and supporters across America are celebrating National Library Week. Therefore, I, Randy Rouse, by virtue of the authority vested in me as mayor of the city of Santa Barbara, California, do hereby proclaim National Library Week, April 3rd through 9th, 2022, and encourage all residents to visit the library this week and explore what's new at your library and engage with library staff. Congratulations.
Thank you very much. Mr. Mayor, council members, Ms. Bjork, my name is Ann Howard, and I'm the board president of the Santa Barbara Public Library Foundation, and I loved every single one of these whereases. Thank you for reading all of them. When I was a little girl, to me, the library was just a great treasure box of books. Growing up in the little Carnegie Library in a little town in Minnesota, all those books opened a whole wide world to me. And because of all these whereases, we know now that a library is so much more than books. So on behalf of our librarians, led by our library director, Jessica Cariente, I'm honored to receive this proclamation and urge you all to come and visit because everybody is welcome at the library. It's the place where everybody's world gets a whole lot wider and a little bit better, and everybody leaves better than off. So, thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Howard, and thank you to the library staff. Okay, Madam Administrator, are there any changes to the agenda?
No changes, Mayor Rouse.
Okay, very good. And Ms. Kovacs, do we have public comment? I believe I have one speaker slip here. And that would be for somebody we all know, Mr. Michael Baker. Come on up and speak, please.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. Wow, it is nice to be back and see everybody's faces. This is, I wanted to give you an update. Many of you, some of you are really shocked at some of the things that have happened in a good way. First and foremost, the last 2 years have been really challenging, and not only for Boys and Girls Clubs, but for many nonprofit organizations. I want to thank many of you for your support throughout the past 2 years and many folks that are watching at home. Some key highlights I really want to emphasize is that we didn't shut down. We turned our clubs into food distribution centers. As soon as the pandemic hit and the schools weren't able to open, we weren't able to serve the children at that time until we could figure that out, but we had a couple of locations that we opened up for emergency and first responders. So we were opened up for their children. But we did that for the entire months of March through April, all the way through the middle of June, late June into July. And then the biggest news of all, which is, I know many people on the council have been looking forward to this for many, many years, is on July 1st, 2020, we actually pulled off the merger between the Boys and Girls Club of Santa Barbara and the United Boys and Girls Club. So it's one organization again. That was a long time coming, and the two boards deserve all the credit in the world for making that happen. So really excited about that. So there's no confusion anymore. It's the United Boys and Girls Clubs, and we're really excited about the opportunity. And we reopened the Downtown Club, is how we call it, the Downtown Club on Cannon Perdido. We opened that club, reopened that as the first club that we reopened in July of 2020. And we turned our clubs into community learning centers as well. The schools really couldn't open at that point, so we had several children at all of our club locations, from Lompoc, Buellton, Solvang, all the way down to Carpentry, and our two locations here in Santa Barbara and Goleta as well, were filled with children that needed a place to go for school learning. So they did their Zoom sessions at the Boys and Girls Club. And I want to give a very special shout out to United Way for helping give funding to the Boys and Girls Clubs and help provide scholarships for many children that needed it. Two other individuals, Paul and Jane Orfala, along with Virgil Ealings, were huge helps to the Boys and Girls Clubs in allowing us to make sure we could reach the kids that needed our services the most. And I know you run into a lot of these folks on a regular basis, so just on behalf of the kids that come to the club every day, I would really appreciate you just thanking them for stepping up and helping us, because as many of you know, we couldn't have any fundraisers at that time. Everything was virtual. We were learning as we went, but happy to report to each and every one of you that the club's never been stronger, our organization, and we're here to serve as many children as we possibly can. So if you have children that you know that need a safe place to go, you can always recommend them come to the Boys and Girls Club. So I want to thank you again. And I do want to say a special shout out to Janet Garufas and Montecito Bank and Trust for all your support during this time period. We wouldn't have been able to open our doors if it wasn't for them. So thank you so very much.
Thank you, Mr. Baker. And do we have further public comment?
We do, Mr. Mayor. Our first speaker on Zoom is Aaron Ashland. Aaron,
Okay.
you can unmute yourself and speak.
You have 3 minutes for items not on the agenda.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor Rouse and City Council. Thank you for your time. I'd like to bring your attention to some things. One, I want to thank you for getting the body cameras for the PD. It was kind of a long time coming, but I'm just glad that we have that in place now, or it's getting in place. Two, I want to thank you for the additional officers I've seen downtown. I would also like to encourage you to encourage them, I guess, to drive down the middle of the street, especially maybe on like Friday and Saturday night a couple times. Even the 500 block, I think it sends a great message that our police are out and they're doing their job and ready to respond if anyone wants to get stupid. Number three, I think we're kind of heading down a slippery slope where people have become afraid to come downtown and walk on the promenade. We basically had this problem before COVID, and now for a different reason, this one time around, it's electric bikes, I believe. And if you look at next door, there's lots of examples of people that no longer come downtown. Originally, it was kids doing wheelies. Now it's people that ride these electric bikes. And ultimately, you know, they're like 10, 12 years old, and they have these 100, maybe 200-pound bikes, and they're unlicensed, which obviously is the case. But I don't know anywhere else where things can go 30 miles an hour right next to people walking. And in all fairness, no one would feel safe in that situation. So I'm encouraging you guys to be leaders about this and attack this head on. Don't wait for someone to get hurt, because that's my fear, is that people get hurt and then don't come back to the city or don't come back downtown. There's a couple of things you could do in the interim. I think you could change the lights at maybe by M Special and by Joe's to make sure that if you are going 30, you can't race all the way down that hill and onto the 600 block and onto the 500 block without hitting a red light. So hopefully that would slow it down a little bit. You might even consider a speed bump or bringing back these shuttles. I think all those things could possibly slow down the speed of the people on bikes. But it's scary. I saw it. I myself was walking my dogs across the street to see my friend on the 600 block and almost got hit. And so I basically am now forced to walk my dogs on the sidewalk, which was kind of the opposite of what I think you all intended by closing the street. So unfortunately, it's no longer safe, and people are scared and they're not coming downtown as much. If you guys have any questions, you can look all over Nextdoor. There's videos and all kind of comments all over things. Thank you for your time, and I sent you guys an email separately that I'd love some response to. Thank you, guys. Bye.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Ashland. Next speaker, please.
The next speaker is Anna Marie Gott. Anna Marie, you can unmute yourself and speak.
Good afternoon, City Council. I am disappointed in the decision by the City Council to stop virtual meetings beginning April 1st. None of our advisory boards will have an option for any community member who wants to attend any of the meetings unless they go in person. Some people cannot go in person. Other people who have, for the very first time, started to participate in our local government will no longer have that ability because they cannot participate from home or work. I think you need to change direction and offer hybrid meetings. The city of Carpinteria still has not gone in person for all of their meetings. They are still virtual. The city of Goleta is still primarily virtual, and even when they go back, they are going to be providing hybrid meetings for some period of time, perhaps forever. Yet the city of Santa Barbara is going to stop holding these meetings virtually. And I think it really is not a great message to send to your residents who, for the very first time in many cases, are finally participating in meetings. You are pulling the plug at a time when you should actually be thinking about providing access for all and be more transparent with your community members. You know, you have a community formation group that you installed last year. Do you realize that no one is going to be able to participate unless they go in person moving forward? You have a police commission oversight board that is going to be developed. No one will be able to attend those meetings unless they are in person. One of the things that was of great interest in the survey that you just sent out for that community formation group was, were we going to pay people $400 and then provide them with money for daycare? Think about the individuals who cannot actually go to meetings because they have to take care of their families in the night or in the middle of the day, or they are at work. In all of those cases, they would either have to lose money if they're at work and they want to take off time to come to a meeting. They wouldn't, or they would have to actually pay a babysitter to watch their children. I personally know of one person who wanted to attend the Los Olivos Community Service District meeting last month, and those meetings last about 4 hours. She had to pay $80 for a babysitter.
You need to
Can
wrap
your
up, please.
residents pay that? So you really need to think about a special meeting to extend the virtual, the ability for the city to have virtual meetings and come up with a hybrid solution.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next speaker, please.
Our next speaker is Nadia Abushanab. Nadia, you can unmute yourself and speak.
Good afternoon. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi, my name is Nadia Abushanab, and I am here just representing myself today as a renter in the city of Santa Barbara on the west side. Last week, my housemates and I received a notice that we will need to vacate our house at the end of June, as the landlord is planning to do significant renovations. This has come to be known as a renoviction, and it is often done so that landlords can raise rent significantly. Fortunately, thanks to the decision of the council, we will receive 3 months relocation assistance, and I'm very grateful for this decision and the cushion that it will provide us. But we are all very concerned that we won't be able to find another place to live. We have never missed paying rent. We've never even been late on a payment. We've been amazing tenants, even in the words of our landlord, but yet we will potentially be without housing. We have, some of my housemates have been houseless previously, and this will potentially put us out in our cars or on the streets. And there are 8 people living in my house. 2 people are essential workers at grocery stores. 1 person is a firefighter for the county of Santa Barbara. And all of us are people who need to live in Santa Barbara for our jobs and for our educational careers. And we may need to leave the area and not finish our degrees, have to change jobs, have to change our lives very drastically, just because of this decision to renovate the house. So this situation is not unique. Unfortunately, we know that this is happening to tenants across the city. And I just ask that you please consider doing something to protect tenants from these renovictions, or it's just going to keep happening, and this town will lose even more of its essential workers, first responders, families, and just people that make this town work. So thank you so much for hearing my comment.
Thank you. Madam Clerk, are there further speakers?
There are no further speakers.
Okay, thank you. We'll close public comment and move on to the consent calendar. Do we have some items to read?
We do. Item 3, introduction of ordinance approving the 2021 to 2023 Patrol Officers and Treatment Plants Bargaining Units Memorandum of Understanding. Recommendation that council ratify the Memorandum of Understanding between the city and the Service Employees International Union Local 620 Airport and Harbor Patrol Officers and Treatment Plants Bargaining Units for the period of October 1st, 2021 through September 30th, 2023, by introduction and subsequent adoption of, by reading of title only, an ordinance of the Council of the City of Santa Barbara adopting the 2021 to 2023 Memorandum of Understanding between the City of Santa Barbara and the Patrol Officers and Treatment Plants Bargaining Units, otherwise known as TAP units. Item 4, resolution relinquishing City of Santa Barbara's Community Development Block Grant Disaster Recovery Funds of $848,011 to the County of Santa Barbara. Recommendation that council adopt by reading of title only a resolution of the Council of the City of Santa Barbara relinquishing City of Santa Barbara's Community Development Block Grant Disaster Recovery Funds in the aggregate amount not to exceed $848,011 to the County of Santa Barbara for award to the Escalante Meadows project. Item 5, adoption of resolutions for renewal and substantial modification of the Santa Barbara South Coast Tourism Business Improvement District. Recommendation that council A, adopt the 2022 to 2032 Santa Barbara South Coast Tourism Business Improvement District Management District Plan. B, adopt by reading of title only a resolution of the Council of the City of Santa Barbara declaring council's intention to renew and sustainably modify the Santa Barbara South Coast Tourism Business Improvement District Plan and fixing the time and place of a public meeting and a public hearing thereon and giving notice thereof. And C, adopt by reading of title only a resolution of the Council of the City of Santa Barbara requesting consent of the City of Goleta and the County of Santa Barbara to renew and substantially modify the Santa Barbara South Coast Tourism Business Improvement District. One moment. And that is all of the items on the consent calendar to read.
All right, very good. I have a request to pull items 16 and 17. Are there further requests from council on any items? Very good. Madam Clerk, would you read item 16, please?
Yes. Item 16, excuse me. Item 16, 2021 General Plan Annual Progress Report.
And would you read item 17 then as well? We'll do those both.
Item 17, initiation of a general plan amendment to update the housing element and safety element.
Okay, Ms. Sneddon.
Thank you, Mayor Rouse. I'll handle these individually. I do have a couple of questions and maybe a couple comments for items 16 and 17. So first on item 16, the general plan annual progress report. It's a substantial document. A lot of work has gone into this document. I want to call out a few things that are particularly appreciative of, all the ordinance updates for mobile homes, community wildfire protection plan, multiple zoning amendments, State Street Master Plan, handling SB 9 adjustments, also mitigations, a lot of creek programs, the LUP, the Sea Level Rise Adaptation Plan, Historic Resources Ordinance, open space restoration, mitigations with the resource recovery at Tahigas, electric vehicle charging stations, and so on. Many, many important updates. I do have concerns about page 3.2, and it's our RENA progress report on that, and I'm hoping that just this portion might be able to come back to council for presentation, for our deeper discussion. If you look at the chart, table 3.1, the regional housing needs allocation progress, in 2021, there is zero progress for very low or for low non-deed restricted or moderate housing, zeros. And those are very troubling. And I think it needs a further discussion of what our plans are to address those issues. I think we discuss around it, but this is an opportunity with this annual progress report that I don't want to miss the opportunity to talk about that in more detail. Or if there are comments today that I could ask about maybe the deeper causes of those zeros and what our plan is, and do we need to instigate a plan to really look at those more closely? So that's a question, and a genuine question of how we will address that.
So there's a question, question, Mr. Gutierrez, you have a question on item 16? Oh, Mr.
Sorry,
Jordan.
I'm one step over. If staff, if Ms. Bjork, if you're looking for a level of support for that, I would agree with everything that Councilmember Sneddon just said. I was actually, it's a long day today, so it was the wrong time to have this and really talk about it, but 71 pages of data probably deserves discussion and presentation, or in the opposite order, presentation and discussion. There's some good data in there, there's some bad data in there, where we could talk further about replicating the good stuff, and just as Ms. Sneddon said, really focus on what's not happening and just brainstorm on it. So I would also be supportive of that.
Mayor Rouse, council members, we certainly can bring that element back. We are planning on discussing some elements of this with you at the joint meeting with the Planning Commission. This is an annual report, backwards looking. We are unable to change the information in there, and it does need to be submitted to the state. It's due this week. So we're happy to come and talk more about the places that it really highlights that we could make additional progress and what it takes. I think that with the RENA numbers and the affordable housing, it's abundantly clear that the loss of RDA support for affordable housing is a huge hole in our ability to progress on a lot of those projects. But certainly we will bring this to you at your joint workshop, and if you want an even deeper dive, we will schedule it for later in the year, but it will probably be some ways off given the number of items on your calendar in the upcoming meetings.
And Ms. Sneddon, do you have something further on that, or item 17?
No, I'm very appreciative that it could come back for further discussion because it's troubling. Thank you.
And do you need to vote on these separately?
No, I can vote to approve it. And then I comments on 17.
You do have, okay.
I do,
Go-
sorry.
Please go ahead.
Thank you. So then on item 17, the initiation of a general plan amendment to update the housing element and safety element, I guess first I have some questions about, I think we initially had a RFP for hundreds of thousands of dollars, and then couldn't get that filled, and now it's being handled in-house, but also with some consultants. And I guess my question is about the scope of work. Has it changed or adjusted? And maybe we need to see that scope of work, or Planning Commission, or if you could address that.
I will defer to Dan Gullett to get into it in detail, but I will tell you that the challenge has been finding consultants. And Dan's going to talk about this more, and again, this is something we'll be focusing very much on in terms of the joint meeting that we have on the schedule.
Thank you.
Mr. Gullett, please.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Rouse, Council Members Sneddon. We were disappointed not to get a consultant that could focus on this. So this will be a staff-led effort. We are getting help, though. We're getting consultants who are subject matter experts and know the technical ins and outs of what HCD is looking for, and can help us get the data we need to complete this effort. But as Ms. Bjork mentioned, we do have on our calendars a joint hearing with Planning Commission and your City Council to talk about housing element with background, some context, and we'll be going over some of the city's goals for that. And we'll also be covering some of the arena numbers, including the ones that were in the annual progress report.
Thank you. And if I could ask a follow-up to that, I just want to be really sure that the statistical analysis or the public outreach component isn't, I don't know, going to be neglected because of the lack of outside support, and just if your reassurance on that.
Yes, thank you. So we have reprioritized. So we do have very capable staff members who will be dedicated to this, and we'll go over all our tasks and our timelines at that joint hearing on April 28th.
Thank you. And then will how to handle the EIR also be addressed at the joint Planning Commission meeting, or is that a separate question?
Mayor Rouse, Council Member Sneddon, we will be submitting a notice of preparation out to the public second week of April, and then we'll be having a scoping hearing for the general plan EIR the week before the joint meeting with Planning Commission. So that public comment period on the notice of preparation will still be open during the joint meeting, so we'll still be able to take public comment on the scope of that EIR.
Thank you. And I would just ask that we really push the transparency and invitation for public comment on that. And I'm happy, very happy, that the scoping will be going to Planning Commission, because I believe that's where it belongs. Thank you very much.
Very good. Mr. Friedman?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just wanted to reference item 4, just briefly.
You may. Have we read item 4?
Yeah, it was read earlier.
Cool.
So, I just wanted to say this is an example of where we are working regionally with the county in the relinquishment of the funds for a project that is going to take place in Guadalupe. So I would just ask Ms. Bjork if, when we convey the funds over and communicate with the county, that we specifically highlight that fact that we are working with them on a project in North County, and that the council is working with the Board of Supervisors on a regional approach. So I just want them to be aware of this project in particular, and that we are, as a body, wanting to work with them on regional solutions to many of the issues that we're facing. Thank you.
All right, very good. Mr. Jordan, do you have a comment?
I was just going to move the consent calendar, if that's all the
I was
comments.
going to see if there's any public comment on
Oops, sorry.
consent. Madam Clerk?
There's no public comment.
Then we'll go to Mr. Jordan then, won't we?
I will move the consent calendar.
Okay, do I have a second?
Second.
First from Jordan, second from Friedman. May you have a roll call vote, please?
Yes, Councilmember Alejandro Gutierrez?
Yes.
Councilmember Friedman?
Yes.
Councilmember Sneddon?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Harmon?
Yes.
Councilmember Oscar Gutierrez?
Aye.
Councilmember Jordan?
Yes.
And Mayor Rouse?
Aye.
It's unanimous.
Okay, that's it for the consent calendar. We'll take a report from the Finance Committee, please.
I think the Finance Committee met earlier today, and we reviewed proposed rates for the upcoming fiscal year for the solid waste rates and for the next couple of fiscal years for the wastewater rates. And there was a lot of work that goes into capital investment in particular on both of those. And so there is a recommendation coming to council for rate increases going forward, but those again are primarily in capital and other costs. But these are two very important systems that we have, and this proposal will be coming to council in the near future. Thank you.
Thank you. Report from the Ordinance Committee, please.
Thank you, Mayor Rouse. At ordinance, we heard amendments to the municipal code relating to review of development projects for pre-existing code violations. This was in response to the NOVAC report recommendation 19. I'm happy to be moving this forward to council.
All right, thank you very much. We'll move on to our regular calendar. Madam Clerk, do we have an item to read? Item 18.
Excuse me, hold on one moment, sorry. Such a long agenda. Okay. Item 18,
Yes, please.
contract for construction of the Central Library renovation project.
Very good. Ms. Caliente.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. So I will be giving a brief overview of the funding for Library Plaza, working with the Library Foundation, and then we'll hear from some of our campaign supporters, and then we'll hand it over to Public Works to do their piece of the presentation. All right. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm the Library Director for the City of Santa Barbara, Jessica Cadiente, and this is probably the happiest day in my career here at the City of Santa Barbara, and I'm just humbled and so pleased to be here today to accept the funds from the Library Foundation in support of Library Plaza. This project began in 2011. Over a decade ago, we started dreaming about the possibilities for this space in downtown Santa Barbara. We had many stops and starts along the way, but in January of 2020, we got our final approval for our design, and we were very excited to start our public campaign. And of course, March of 2020, a worldwide pandemic decided to cloud our ideas and what we would do. But like everyone, we pivoted very quickly and did virtual tours. We made phone calls. We met people in the space. And in January of 2022, met our campaign target. So I just want to give a little reminder of the Library Plaza renovation objectives. So the library as the educational and cultural hub for the city of Santa Barbara. Each year, the library sees over 600,000 people through its doors. We partner with over 60 different agencies here in the city of Santa Barbara to really ensure our position as the cultural hub of Santa Barbara. And if you can imagine Library Plaza, we will be hosting school visits, maker programs, art installations, movie nights, our annual community events such as SB Reads. We are the sponsor for the Poet Laureate, so we look for lots of poetry readings on the plaza. Fairs, job fairs, volunteer fairs, book festivals, of course, and graduation ceremonies celebrating our library high school graduates. We will now have a space in our downtown core to support and celebrate all of the cultural events that the city loves and enjoys every year, from Solstice to Fiesta to the International Film Festival. We will now have a space downtown. It was also important to ensure an urban green space, but not just that the space itself, because as COVID taught us, outside space is important, and now we have this in the center of Santa Barbara. But not only is it a green space, but it is a drought-tolerant green space. It was important for sustainability measures to be put into place in this design as well. And then safety and accessibility. Way back in 2011 and 12, when we first started having our community conversations about this project, safety and accessibility were the two top concerns of our community members. Safety in that it was not well lit, that the sight lines were poor, and in accessibility, the space is simply not ADA compliant as is, and so we do not have equitable access, and so we are not able to program the space as it is. Our new design takes care of both of these issues. And then lastly, looking to anchor the historic arts district. The Library Plaza has over 10,000 square feet of programmable space. It will be able to host up to 1,200 people for any event. And if you can imagine, we are on the precipice of creating a cultural campus, as we are the heart of the Arts District. We have the courthouse, the museum, we have the Granada, the Arlington, Libero, and now the Library Plaza will be anchoring all of those downtown. And the revitalization of this space is paramount to the revitalization of our downtown and our State Street. So now I just want to spend a few minutes thanking some people. I will say that when I was tasked to raise money for what on paper looks like pavers and some stormwater improvements, I was a little, tentative to say the least. But when I learned that Janet Grufus and Jim Jackson would co-chair our campaign for us again, as they did with the Children's Library, I felt at ease and knew that we were in good hands. And of course, the Santa Barbara Public Library Foundation Board, led by our amazing president, Ann Howard, and director, Lauren Trujillo. But we also had many other volunteers, and that's what's so special about this project. All of these people volunteered their time to support and love your library. We had many different campaign committees: Communication and Cultivation Committee, Major Gifts Committee, Community Gifts Committee, and our Library Plaza Honorary Committee. And of course, I do need to thank all of the donors who made it possible in support of the Michael Tobes Library Plaza, because without this initiative and this naming opportunity, we could not have achieved what we achieved so quickly. So thank you to all of you. And then lastly, it is my honor and privilege to welcome Jim Jackson up to the pew to give us a large check. Do you want me to?
You want to receive it, or? Well, all right.
Mr. Jackson, please.
So, hi, my name's Jim Jackson. The aforementioned, I'm a board member of the Library Foundation and the co-chair, along with Janet, of the campaign to raise money for the renovation of Library Plaza. And I'm certainly almost as happy as Jessica to be here, to be at the point that we are, and certainly I'm very appreciative of all your support, especially for continuing this public-private partnership, which was a continuation because we did it with the Children's Library as well. So I've been coming to the library for a long, long time. I first came to the Montecito Branch Library in 1969. I did research at the Downtown Library in 1977 and have been involved in some way for a long time. I guess that means I'm old. But in any case, my family's been in Santa Barbara for over 100 years, and we have always taken pride in the library itself as part of a vibrant downtown area. And I think this project really stands to make Santa Barbara a star of how downtowns can be revitalized and how they can draw people in the right way with educational ideas, children's programs, festivals, things that'll make the city a place to go spend time downtown. So it's a beautiful place. It can be better. This is part of that. I do look forward to your continuing partnership, because you never know, there might be something else coming down the road. But anyway, for right now, I'm just thrilled that we're here, and thanks for all of your help. So the foundation is never easy to raise money. We've raised money for a lot of different things, but it is a little easier when it's something that you love, and that's the library, and something that provides benefit not just to a few, but to everyone. So here is our goal and our check. So,
And thanks to you, and thanks to everyone on the board.
And I believe Ms. Grufus has a few words.
Good afternoon, Mayor Rouse, council members. When we talked about doing this campaign, Ann twisted a few arms, not too hard, because Jim and I both love the library, and we loved working together and had a really good time on the Children's Library. It was really so much fun, but as Jessica said, pavers is a little bit of a different kind of ask. But when we had the idea to name it after Michael Tobes, we realized that there was really no public space in Santa Barbara that was dedicated to his memory and honor. And this seemed to be a really fitting way to say thank you and to recognize all that he's done for the city of Santa Barbara. And so it is with great joy for me that we're able to bring this and name it after him. So I want to thank you for everything you've done to support it, and I bet we'll be up here telling you about another library project one of these days. But you've really been terrific partners, and we really appreciate. We have to work together, and we know in the revitalization of downtown, it's going to take the entire village to make this work. So we're in, and we really appreciate what you're doing. So thank you so much for everything.
Thank you, Ms. Rufus.
It's so wonderful to be back in person. Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor and Council. First, thank you to Director Jessica Cadiente for your leadership and spirit to fight for the library that our community deserves. We're just so grateful to have you as library director. And I would like to echo the gratitude today and thank you, thank the community, our Library Foundation Board, City Council, Ann Howard, Jim and Janet, the Tobes family as well, and our campaign cabinet, our major donors to the campaign that have made this so possible, and the Santa Barbara Public Library, and all who have played a critical role in moving our library further into the 21st century, because that's really what this project is doing. With your help, we've expanded the library family and opened hearts and minds to do more to support the life-saving work that the library does for this community. We're so grateful today to be celebrating this milestone achievement and preparing to break ground on the next chapter of the library. The library is a critical function of this community. It fills gaps. It serves our most vulnerable members of Santa Barbara. The Library Plaza campaign has made evident the importance of the public-private partnership that our city and our county must continue to invest in and foster to help inspire the community and help them envision the world-class library that Director Cadiente envisions and that our community really deserves. So thank you all for your ongoing support, and we're so pleased to have reached our goal. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mayor Rouse, that concludes our portion of the presentation. I'd like to hand it over to our esteemed colleagues in Public Works, who are the unsung heroes of this project, and they will talk about the funding mechanisms for the bid award.
Thank you, Director Cadiente. Mayor Rouse and members of the City Council, my name is Angela Oslin. I'm the Facilities Division Manager for Public Works Department. I'm going to change my presentation here so that we can show you our slides. And I'm excited to be bringing you this contract for consideration so that we can approve it and award the plaza renovation, including the ADA elevator project, the lower level staff area renovation, and then also including the community workforce agreement component. The reason that this isn't component is because the total cost of the project is over $5 million. So this will be the first time that the community workforce agreement component is in play. I wanted to just quickly show you the project cost today. This is the total cost of the project, including the estimated change of funds that might be needed for additional services. It also includes any of the special inspections, project management, and coordination for construction to get us to the end of the project. This next slide shows the breakdown of the current funding sources that we have identified towards this project. And the reason that we're bringing this specific piece to you here today, these items that are circled in red here are items that are being brought to you for consideration in the recommendations. We identified a number of funding sources for transfer for existing reserves in FY 2022, for facilities projects in FY 2022, and for streets projects in FY 2022 to be able to support the award of this project. To drill down a little bit deeper, just so you're all aware, what this means is that we will delay the projects that are listed here for FY 23 and 24 for construction. The reason being is that a number of these projects are currently in design or late stages of the design. So it makes it advantageous for us to be able to transfer these appropriations to support the library construction. And with that, the recommendation here, staff recommendation is to award our contract with Nationwide Contracting Services and with our low bid amount as described here, to approve an increase in the fiscal year 2022 appropriations in the Measure C capital funded from reserves in the amount of $1.055609 million for the Central Library renovation project. Also to approve the transfer of $1.5 million from the facility projects that I described before to the Central Library renovation project, and to approve the transfer of $900,000 in current available appropriations from street projects to the library renovation project. And with that, if you have any questions, we're here to answer.
Do you have any questions from council? Ms. Austin, I have one, and this is obviously a bit more than we thought anticipated originally.
Certainly.
And I realize it's also a very difficult bidding environment at the time. There is a carve-out just for the CWA administrators. Is that a separate person, or is that a staff commitment, or how does that work?
Yes, thank you, Mayor Rouse. That is a contract that we awarded to a consultant so that we would have specific skills needed to evaluate the contractor's compliance with the CWA.
And where exactly is Nationwide Contracting Services, where are they based?
Thank you. They're out of Los Angeles.
Okay, very good. Any other questions or comments for the? Yeah, we do. Also, we do have any public comment on this item? It's hard because public comment's not listed on paper, so we can't tell items. Do we have anything,
Yeah,
Madam Clerk?
there are no public
That's a great
speakers.
answer. Thank you. Ms. Sneddon.
I'd actually like to defer to Councilmember Friedman first, as he's been so,
Well, we'll have Councilman Friedman. Good, yeah. Nicely done. Go ahead. Mr. Friedman.
Well, thank you. This is a big day, and I'm glad that the first where we have members of the public be able to come back is for the library. So it's kind of fitting that one of the most accessible public institutions we have is the first one we have back in the chambers. So this is a really big day, and I'll just say usually I don't my personal emotions into it, but for me, it's very gratifying and just emotional because of this project. And I just want to start by thanking the foundation board, all those who spoke today, and your entire board. It's been a long slog, and through a lot of one step forward, two steps back many times. And this is the second home run that the foundation has hit. It was referenced earlier by Mr. Jackson that the Children's Library, that was the foundation came through, and the city partnered with the foundation, and we got that Children's Library. And immediately we saw that it outgrew the need. And one thing that wasn't mentioned today or was referenced was the programmable space. And the Children's Library doesn't meet the space needs that it has now because of its success. And so the ability to have that extra programmable space to bring the children upstairs, outside, is going to really benefit our community in the long haul. And it's just really gratifying. And for how long I've been working on this, I remember sometime around 2007, not 17, but 2007, when I was on the City Library Advisory Board. There was an architect, I forget who it was, but asked if he could come on the agenda and had just drawn up a schematic of what was possible. And we put it on, and ever since then, we had a regular update for all those years of the progress on it. And then eventually it's come to fruition. I am now old enough to officially say that I have made it through the city's planning process. So it's a little bittersweet for me, but that's the grays, and I didn't have this many grays when it started. But I also want to reference that this project is a key to downtown revitalization that was mentioned. And the best part about it is it came before COVID, when people recognized the need for outdoor space, but not to the extent that we do now. And it was all the planning by everyone, the hundreds of people involved, that made it a reality. And going forward, when we have the State Street Master Plan, the Downtown Master Plan, this will be a key component of it. And I always thought of it as, if you look at that area, it looks like a capital H. So you had State Street on one side and a Kappa on the other, all those institutions, and you were missing the bar across the middle because nobody wanted to go to the front of the library there. It was just not part of the vision that we'd had. And many of the same people involved had really worked, the Tobes family in particular, and many of the foundation members on the Granada restoration, the courthouse legacy, and there was this missing middle. And now we have that, so our community is much better off. And that we have 10,000, I didn't know the number, 10,000 square feet of programmable space and events for 1,200. It's just really amazing. And I also want to recognize the ADA elevator access that we're going to have in the library. And it's also for families, for strollers, because it's really inaccessible to get down there if you have strollers in there. And then our staff improvements, because our staff are the ones who really make the library what it is in the programming. And to upgrade and renovate their space for their needs is just really amazing. And so I just look forward to the construction. And you put it out there. All the foundation members today said that there might be a project in the future. So you're committed to another $5 million. So you're committed, and I'm sure we'll have a good partnership with you. But thanks for everyone for making this happen, and our community is really going to enjoy it.
Good. Ms. Sneddon.
Thank you, Mayor Rouse, and thank you, Councilmember Friedman. It's quite a journey. We all love the library. The whole community loves the library. It's the gift that just keeps on giving. All stages of life, all abilities, all ages. I loved the description as a cultural campus, education, the arts, green space, safe and accessible. That's everything we want in our community. Personally, the library to me, I know I've shared this before, but I spent every day of high school, after school, at the library, up on the roof there when it used to be open. It's a very special place to me. Then as an adult, I was a tutor at the library every day after school, again, tutoring youth, and then raising my kids there, all 3 kids. And they're different ages, and even over spring break just last week, and I have a 22-year-old and 13-year-old, and the 18-year-old was gone. But we went to the library. We checked out from the library of things, infection stove top, so we could try it out. And every time I go there, it has something new and relevant and progressive for everyone. Truly, truly amazing. Other things there, the Santa Barbara Reads program, and even during COVID, when it was online, it seemed particularly important to reconnect with other people reading the same book and talking about it and discussing it. And the way you've been able to build community even without a space makes me so much more excited about what you're going to do with this space. So I'm just so pleased that this is named in honor of Michael Tobes. Very, very a fitting honor, and for all that's been given to this community from the Tobes family in particular. And really also, it's not just during COVID, but during the fires, during the Thomas fires, during emergencies, when our most vulnerable members of our community need us the most, you are there. And it's with so much gratitude that moving this forward, and just couldn't be happier. So thank you.
Hey, Mr. Jordan.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So I'd echo everything you've heard already, and just a couple more comments. One of the advantages of aging up, older than any of you, is that life tends to repeat itself. So your kids got to play in the library, then you get a little break, and then your grandkids get to go back and torment the library staff too. And it's really cool. That happens all over town with lots of things, but in particular the library, we were there before the children's section. We've been there during the children's section, and eventually we'll be there when this appears also, which will be really cool. It's kind of, I call it kind of like my one of the holy trio of downtown, and that's the underpass, De La Guerra Plaza, and now this part, which Eric called the missing middle, but is really the key public gathering space in the upper part of downtown, and will be such a benefit. What's really interesting for somebody who's watched these projects for a decade or more also is that there are no grant funds associated with this. This is all money we earned or found or gathered. So it's, in addition to having the uniqueness about if you want to call that a private-public collaboration, but a huge donor base in town to work on this is also that it's funded by our guests who visit here in terms of TOT, putting that into the general fund, and also both our guests and our residents who contribute to Measure C revenues, and all cobbled together. I can't remember seeing a $10 million project that had no grant funding and wasn't relying on waiting for that or struggling to get to that. So it's truly a homegrown effort. And then finally, just I'd like to also offer congratulations and appreciation to Jessica Cariante. I know it's been professionally and personally a tough patch to get here, and you have maintained both a great presence of professionalism and great personality while you've gotten us here. Today's library is not my parents' library or even my library. One of the proudest things I am about our library is that we actually have become a community center for things that probably even you never would have imagined that it would have been. So there's a blessing there and a burden that go hand in hand, but it's not just about taking my children there anymore. It's also about being ready for the less fortunate, the least fortunate we have in the city, and also times of disaster, natural or otherwise, that hit the city. And what our modern library has become and will become is just been something great to watch. So thank you for all of you who played a part in that. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
And Ms. Gutierrez.
Thank you, Mayor Rouse. I just have a quick comment. I want to thank all of the library staff, especially Ms. Caliente and my colleague, Mr. Friedman, for all of his hard work, and all of the funders. This is definitely a community effort, and it's also an example of when community comes together to resolve a need. And I'm very proud of this city because over and over, they put their heart into a need and they make dreams come true. But it takes a lot of hard work. I am a product of this city, especially the library. I learned how to read English. I come from a Spanish-speaking home, and the librarian at the East Side Library would teach me how to read after school. And during my college and high school years, I would always share a room, and there was more than just my parents and I and my sister living in the household, so there wasn't a lot of privacy or quiet space to do homework. And the Central Library was my, that space where I had the quietness and the resources to, fill out those college applications. And I know they have impacted so many lives here in Santa Barbara. So I just want to thank everybody that made this happen. And Ms. Caliente and Mr. Friedman and the funders, thank you so much for all the hard work.
Thank you. And Madam Clerk, I understand there's a speaker for this item?
There is one remaining speaker, Barbara Hirschberg.
Okay. Ms. Hirschberg, are you there?
You can unmute yourself and speak.
Thank you. Mayor Rouse and city council members, I won't repeat what everybody else has already said so eloquently, but I'm Barbara Cronin Hirschberg, and I represent the Santa Barbara Friends of the Library. And we're thrilled to see the foundation get to this point, and we saw how much hard work they did. We want to thank the city for their support and all the major and minor donors. We also want to thank the city for prioritizing the library elevator improvement and making it ADA compliant, and also renovating the lower workplace area, which is that's been needed for a long time. So I'm sure everyone will be very happy. We're looking forward as friends to have some fundraising events out in the plaza. And I just want to plant a seed in case you're looking to spend more money in the future to improve the library. It would be great to have a kitchen off of the Faulkner so we could have more events in the Faulkner. So thank you, everyone. Thank you, Lauren. Thank you, Jessica. Thanks, everyone.
All right, thanks very much. And I'll just close by saying that I'm pleased to see something being named after Michael Tobes for all the things that his organization, he did for the community. And we just have a De La Guerra Plaza and a police station go after this. We're all set. So very, very, very pleased to see this. Do I have, do anybody like to make a motion to this action? Ms. Sneddon?
So move.
Second.
Staff recommendation.
What is it you're moving?
Staff recommendation.
Okay, so all the items?
Yes.
Okay.
Second.
Okay, moved and seconded. Any further discussion on the motion? May we have a roll call vote, please?
Councilmember Friedman?
Yes.
Councilmember Sneddon?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Harmon?
Yes.
Councilmember Oscar Gutierrez?
Aye.
Councilmember Jordan?
Yes.
Councilmember Alejandro Gutierrez? Councilmember Alejandro Gutierrez?
Yes.
And Mayor Rouse?
Aye. All right, very good. Passes unanimously. Move on to the next item, item 19. Would you read the item, please, Madam Clerk?
Yes, item 19, resolution of intention to establish Coast Village Community Benefit Improvement District.
And thanks again to the library folks. It's, like I said, it's like Mr. Friedman said, it's nice to have live and in color, and you guys are the first, so very good. Welcome back to whatever we call normal.
And Mayor Rouse, I do need to read the recommendation as this is a resolution.
We'll go right ahead then.
So I'll repeat, resolution of intention to establish Coast Village Community Benefit Improvement District. Recommendation that Council A, adopt a resolution of intention to form the Coast Village Community Benefit Improvement District, Coast Village CBID, approve the Management District Plan and Engineers Report, and set in motion the balloting by directing the city clerk to mail ballots to the proposed Coast Village Community Benefit Improvement District property owners, and B, set a date for public hearing on June 7, 2022.
Very good. Mr. Harris.
Hello. Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor and council, members of the public. I'm Jason Harris, the city's Economic Development Manager, presenting the staff presentation today. This is the first of two steps in establishing the city's first community benefit improvement district for the Coast Village area. The recommendation before, you just heard Madam Clerk read that into the record, is multi-stepped actions moving forward both the resolution of intention, approving a management district plan and engineers report, setting in motion the balloting process through the city clerk, as well as setting a date of the public hearing to receive those ballots. For background, in 2020, in response to the pandemic and the 101 freeway construction, the Coast Village Association and property owners in the area initiated efforts to form a Community Benefit Improvement District, or CBID. They requested city support to help cover a portion of the consulting cost of the formation effort. City did grant that. In association with the effort, the city adopted a local Community Benefit Improvement District enabling ordinance to help establish CBIDs throughout the city. That was adopted in March of 2021. This past January, the Coast Village Association and their consultant issued petition packets to the property owners in the proposed improvement district to gauge interest in forming a CBID, the first step in the process. On March 11th was the deadline of receipt of those petitions. More than 49% of petitions were submitted in support, which easily surpassed the 30% minimum threshold requirement. The signed petitions have been included in the staff report as an attachment. So as outlined in the management district plan, as well as highlighted in the engineer's report, the resolution of intention of the proposed Community Benefit Improvement District for Coast Village is comprised of 115 parcels, which is owned by 94 property owners, principally along the Coast Village Road area. The initial term of the proposed district is 5 years, and it may be renewed up to 20 years. The CBID can also be dissolved in the same manner from which it was formed. This Coast Village CBID would be comprised of 2 benefit zones, with the majority of properties being in Zone 1. All the properties would be assessed by the same factors as outlined based on linear frontage, lot and building square footage, as well as zone of benefit. Benefit Zone 1 parcels will be assessed at a higher rate since they will have the highest frequency of services due to the amount of foot traffic in and around the parcels fronting Coast Village Road. The Zone 2 parcels will pay between 66 to 75% of the Zone 1 assessments and receive the proportional level of services. The proposed CBID annual budget and revenue is just under $300,000. There are 5 general categories of special benefit services to be provided as outlined in the management district plan and are supplemental to current city services. These would be enhanced services. The staff report, management district plan, and the engineer's report provide a detailed listing of services that may be provided under each service category. These upcoming actions outline the CBID formation process. We are in step 1, which is presentation of a resolution of intention, recognizing the petition threshold being met, as well as approval of a management district plan. If council supports the actions put forth today, we will be setting a public hearing for June 7th, and the balloting process will begin. Ballots will be mailed to each property owner and will be returned to the city clerk. The ballots will be tabulated at a public hearing on June 7th. The tabulation is weighted based upon the value of total assessment, and a simple majority of the returned weighted ballots is required to form the CBID. If the ballot process results in a majority of support, council will be asked to adopt a resolution of formation and issuance of assessments on the parcels in the CBID. The annual assessments will be collected from each property owner on their county property tax bills, beginning with the bill due on December of 2022. And with that, I'll just put forth the set of recommendation for council discussion. I also would like to conclude this presentation by recognizing Trey Penner with Coast Village Association is joining me today. Would like to make a few comments, as well as we have Bob Ludwig of Coast Village Association via Zoom, as well as their consultant Marco Lee Mandri from New City America, available to answer any questions via Zoom as well. So with that, Mr. Penner, would you like to make some remarks? Thank you.
Well, good afternoon, members of the council, Mr. Mayor. It's an honor and privilege to be back in this room with you all. It's enjoyable to be here, and look forward to many more opportunities to do so. First of all, really, I just want to give a big thank you to a lot of folks who have helped with this process so far, and to get to developing this potential CBID for the Coast Village Road area. We've come a long way, and we're very excited about this opportunity. And first of all, thanks goes to you, City Council. We want to thank you for working with us and getting us to this point. You helped develop the ordinance that allowed us to go forth to this point, to do the petitioning, so we thank you for that. We also thank you for your investment in our area. With a loan, we were able to raise a certain amount of funds, and you also helped provide a loan for us to move this process forward. So we thank you. I also want to thank Jason Harris, the Economic Development Manager, who has been very instrumental in working with us to move through this process, the technicalities of it. So he has a great deal of experience in that, and we thank him as well. We also want to thank your city attorneys, Mr. Colon and Mr. Henschke, who worked in a great deal with us to get an approved management or district management plan. That took a lot of our work, and that was very helpful. And lastly, I want to thank New City America, Marco Lee Mandri, who has great experience in this process, has formed over 90 of these districts throughout California, and their success has been a good history to help us get through what we needed to get through. And then lastly, I need to thank the community and Coast Village Association members. It's been a lot of work to get out and work with the community and really inform them of the process. What is this about? And this, letting them know that this is their district. This is the district that's going to help them be a more successful area. So that's what we're looking to do, and that's where the thanks goes to. And we stand ready to move forward with this final stage of the process and implement the balloting process. The end goal, as you might know, is to enhance the Coast Village District for the benefit of the shop owners, the restaurateurs, the residents, and the property owners. And this final step is almost a reality. We just have to go one more step. So we respectfully request that you go with the recommendation that's been presented with you, and start the balloting process for the new CBID for Coast Village Road. And I guess it was an honor to be here to watch the process of the library foundation and sort of the community relationship that council had with the library situation. And I think the CBID is really the similar type process. We are working together to help make an area of our city more vibrant, more economically viable, which benefits the whole community at large. So I'm also available to take any questions if you happen to have any. So thank you.
Thank you. And is that Mr. Ludwig up there looking pretty relaxed and on vacation? Is that?
I am here.
Okay, there you are. Mr. Ludwig.
Well, Mr. Mayor and Council, I echo many of the things that Trey has just said. I start with a phrase that past is prologue. It was an honor to listen to the library presentation and to celebrate with them for what they have accomplished and are marking today. And similarly, the Coast Village that we all know right now is the product of a vision that Michael Tobes and Cheryl Browdy had 55 years ago. And they formed an assessment district by going door to door along Coast Village Road and the related properties. And they convinced all of those property owners to assess themselves in much the same manner that the state code now allows for community benefit improvement districts. And so we stand on their shoulders. It's an interesting connection between the library event being named, or the new plaza being named for Mr. Tobes, in recognition of what he did throughout our community. And this is a second version of that same acknowledgement. Without their vision, we would not be standing here today in front of you, excited to see the remodeling and the reenactment of the vision that he had and those around him 55 years ago. I do want to acknowledge that there's a lot of human effort. This didn't just happen and a very important loan from the city, which we're full for. Behind and because of that funding, there was a lot of human involvement, very much volunteer. And the librarian director, who opened her comments with, "This is the most exciting day of my career," I would say, based on my hope and expectation that you agree with the resolution and the recommendation of staff, this, I think, is the most exciting day of my volunteer career as the president of the Coast Village Association, because this is the pinnacle of the effort where we can see a sustainable future for enhancing, improving, and re-identifying the Coast Village area. And by so doing, we set a template for the rest of the community, because as Trey pointed out, the council adopted a resolution March of last year to allow the benefit improvement districts that we're providing, or that we're suggesting just for Coast Village today. That ordinance enables any district or neighborhood or area of the city to engage similarly. And I do think there are going to be more of these to follow. So I want to thank Jason Harris, who did an outstanding job working with the herd of cats that we and our consultant and just the process. So Jason, tip of the hat to you. Councilperson Snedden, you know I'd be pointing my hand at you and saying thank you. You have been our liaison. You have been our liaison through many difficult things. And you were our champion, and you saw us through to the enabling ordinance and to the expression of support that the loan has been to us. So thank you for that. Marco, I want to echo Trey's gratitude to you and New City America. We could not have done this without a consultant leading us, a pilot in the wheelhouse, if you will. And finally, the enthusiasm of property owners. 30% is a hurdle of getting enough energy and enthusiasm, and we are thrilled that we exceeded that by a significant margin. And so we're grateful to the property owners who caught the vision that we cast to see this neighborhood, this part of our community, revitalized and remodeled for the next generations to come. With that, I thank you, and I look forward to your action today. And if there are questions that Trey can't answer, I'm certainly available to do that as well.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Ludwig. Mr. Harris, do you have any more speakers from? Okay, very good. We'll go to questions from council, if there are any. Okay, fine, I have one. This is a C bid, and I've heard about bids, and I've heard about P bids. And there's obviously probably some legal differences in definitions. And the one question I had, along with what that is what civil sidewalks are.
Mr. Mayor, in response to your question, civil sidewalks is one of the 5 categories. Would someone like me to answer that? It's Marco Lamandry here, I'm the consultant.
Mr. Mayor, let me take a first pass at that. We also have the consultant, Marco Demandri with New America City. There's 5 categories that are being proposed for service levels in the Coast Village. And within both the staff report and the management plan, there's a greater description, the list of services under each of those categories. So they've generalized calling civil sidewalks, but it's really enhanced maintenance. It's pressure washing, it's enhanced landscaping, is the wide range, just looking through broad beautification, installation of landscape, and as I've referenced, additional sidewalk and gutter sweeping, steam cleaning, et cetera. And just to imagine this, it's in addition to city services. So these are additional services that be provided throughout the district.
Thank you. And do the other gentlemen have any further comment on that?
Mr. Lamandry, did you have any
Marco?
additional comment you wanted to make?
Yes, thanks, Jason and Bob and Trey. Very briefly, in the past, these were called clean and safe services. It's primarily what happens between the curb and the property line. As time goes on, I think that what we're trying to do is really, as Bob as well and Jason and Trey had stated, we're trying to make this a very walkable community. And when we say civil sidewalks, we want it to be as inviting and as comfortable for people, visitors, employees, property owners, business owners alike, to enjoy, the beautiful environment in Coast Village Road. So civil sidewalks is in other forms, it might be called clean and safe services, but this is just, I think, a more appropriate definition of what we're trying to achieve with these special benefits.
Very good. Thank you very much. Okay, we do have a couple other questions from council. Ms. Sneddon. You had a comment. Okay, do you have a question, Mr. Jordan?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. A couple questions. I think they're for you, Mr. Harris. So the first one is we're being asked to approve an engineer's report today, and I see it mentioned as an attachment in the 29-page document it's part of the management plan, but where is the engineer's report?
So the engineer's report is in the city clerk's office, so it's available. It is really a replication of the management district plan.
Okay.
So slightly different format, but same content. So
And you guys have reviewed it, you're happy with it?
yes, Mr. Mayor, Mr. Councilman.
And then the management report references this, but I just know this is always I just know once before, this has been a sticker. But have we had discussions on a baseline agreement with the organization? And would we have to have one before this gets implemented on city services?
Mr. Mayor and Councilmember Jordan, yes, the city will enter into a services agreement. So as we come to the end of process, we will have that established.
Just work back through my tabs here. And then, in your experience, I have two questions for you, just kind of in your history. So, is 5% potential increase a year sufficient for a PBID or CBID of this size and scope?
So, Mr. Mayor and Councilmember Jordan, the 5% cap is under state statute, the limitation of what these special districts can annually increase.
And so there's not even a method to make that greater if they want to pursue leaps and bounds in the future?
Correct. That would be a renewed management district plan and a renewed approval.
So you have to change the assessments, basically?
Correct.
Not the increase, okay?
Correct.
And that might... Then last one, again, experiential question for you. So on a PBID this size and scope, is the projected budget with 18% of revenues for admin, does that sound right to you, low, high? I mean, does all that seem reasonable?
Mr. Mayor and Councilmember Jordan, all their estimates are within normal range.
Perfect, thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
All right, very good. Ms. Kovacs, are there any public speakers on this item?
We have no public speakers.
Okay, very good.
Ms. Kovacs, you might want to give them a chance to ask if anyone would like to speak.
Oh, there is a hand that was just raised. Robin Elander, you can unmute yourself and speak.
Mayor, City Council, and speakers today, I wanted to just reach out and say congratulations on this milestone to Marco, to Trey, to Jason Harris, and the city for getting to this point. I've been watching the process closely, and I really appreciate that all of your work paving the way for different districts, including potentially downtown, to be able to use the same format. So I just wanted to congratulate you on this milestone today. Thank you.
Any further speakers?
There are no further speakers.
Okay, very good. We'll go to comments, please. Ms. Sneddon.
Thank you, Mayor Rouse. I'm also really excited to be here today and to see this moving forward. Coast Village Road is a sort of unsung gem of the community, and it's such an example for what every business community in the city should look like and feel like. You have low vacancy rates, beautiful cared-for spaces. It's well-attended. You have family events, arts events, cultural events. And the way that I see this, and the way that actually Mr. Penner and Mr. Ludwig first presented it to me several years ago, was just the ability for a business community to help itself be even better and greater. And I think that the bundles of services are exemplary. These are things that we would wish we could do for every business community, but simply cannot with our budgeting. And you've taken the initiative to show us how a business community can do that for themselves in partnership. And I think one of the really landmark moments of this is this enabling ordinance that you really helped us to work through. And Mr. Klon and Mr. Henschke, thank you for taking the extra time and effort to make that ordinance something that could be applied throughout the city. And I think that's really an invitation and an example of what's possible. I'm very, very excited to continue to move this forward, and excited for the initiative that you took. And Mr. Harris, also, you were newly joining our team and jumped right in with this and brought outside knowledge and expertise with that as well. So this really is a first, hopefully, of many examples of how working together we can do this for our city. So I'd be really happy to move the full staff recommendation, both items, the resolution, and setting the date for the hearing, and with very much appreciation for you bringing this to us.
Okay, we do have a couple more comments, but do we have a second for that motion? Okay, first by Sneddon, second by Friedman, and then Mr. Friedman, your turn to comment.
Well, thank you. I didn't realize today was going to be such an exciting day. You know, and tonight we have the Human Services, and so I'm just looking forward to the next presentation by Mr. Hagmark, going to tell us that last night's rain was a drought buster.
Get better than that.
But in all jokes aside, I do want to thank Councilmember Sneddon for your work as the council liaison and working with Mr. Pinner, Mr. Harris, and Mr. Ludwig, and the consultant Marco. This is really important for the reasons you articulated, and for the business community there to want to invest in themselves, which will help their own businesses, but it also enhances the whole entire area, and it brings people here. So it's a much-needed project, and I'm just really glad that it had the support from the business owners or the property owners to move forward, and I'm looking at what great possibilities that are going to come out of it, and maybe a model for other areas in the city as well. So happy to support this.
Very good. Mr. Jordan.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'd echo everything you heard so far. Just add a couple comments. I think you're probably starting out reasonably safe, and rather than take that 5% increase, I think your stakeholders will be clamoring for you to increase your scopes and services sooner than those annual 5% increases will allow you. So looking forward to that. And you can tell from my questions, of course, my history, that I tend to get down in the weeds a little bit. So the first thing I did was I counted the parcels and then counted the return slips, because getting 50% weighted could, in theory, be 5 parcels, right? But as you probably know, the number is 41 parcels out of 94 returned, which is very darn close also to the almost 50% return that you got. And that gap to me is important. And so I guess I'm just giving you my scouting report for when you come back in the future, is that gap to me is important, and that gap shouldn't be like 70% weighted and 40% parcels. You want those numbers to track with each other. And, I'll just share with you what my personal goal would be, and that's that both of those numbers would be 65% plus when we come back. So 65% plus approval and 65% of approving parcels. I think those would be commendable numbers to shoot for a goal, and I wouldn't have any problem opining on the validity of that when that returns. And I think it's, when you're starting at 50%, that's a pretty easy goal to go for. So congratulations. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, very good. Ms. Harmon.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'll be very brief because I'm just going to second, third, fourth, all of our colleagues, but I did want to add my congratulations to getting to this point and my excitement. This has been said, so I'm just joining the choir here, but this really, I think, will serve as an incredible model for other parts of the city, and I can't help but think about how important it's been for you all to pave the way for potentially other areas to use this, and just opens up so many possibilities. And it has been done so well. And as everyone has said, there's been so many partners that have made this possible, and it's exciting to be here. So looking forward to voting yes. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Very good. Mr. Colon.
Thank you, Mayor. Members of the council, I just wanted to make 2 comments. First, rest assured that we rigorously and carefully worked through the management district plan. We had what I would consider some tough discussions, but collaborative discussions. And the work that Mr. Lemandry did was very helpful to us. I have about 13 and a half hours in this, which is not much. Mr. Henschke has a couple of hours, and we had special counsel triple check us to the tune of about $5,000. So the collaborative relationship the council established with the loan paid off as far as we're concerned. I also wanted to express my thanks to Mr. Harris. He was extraordinarily helpful to our office as well. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, very good. We have a motion and a second on the floor. May we have a roll call vote, please?
Councilmember Snedden?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Harmon?
Yes.
Councilmember Oscar Gutierrez? Where is Oscar? Councilmember Jordan?
Yes.
Councilmember Alejandra Gutierrez?
Yes.
Councilmember Friedman?
Yes.
And Mayor Rouse?
Aye. Very good. Passes unanimously. Thank you very much. Let's move on to the next item with ever so speedy Mr. Hagmark. And give us, would you read that item, please? Item 20.
Item 20, water supply update.
Mr. Hagmark, this hit us with the good news.
Well,
Bathe us in good news.
a rough day today. We got some really great items to celebrate. I'll do my best here. So,
It'll be a downer now.
Mayor Rouse, council members, Joshua Hagmark, Water Resources Manager, and if there were any skeptics about climate change, it's here. And this is clearly, we've had one of the wettest Decembers on record, followed by one of the three driest January, February, and March. It's been really incredible. And on the more positive side, we have a community who is rocking conservation, and we have made the investments that we need to make to secure our water supplies, which is fantastic. So today I hope to go through kind of just a general status update on statewide and local droughts, talk about the community's usage, talk about water supply status of all of our various supplies, talk about our strategy and current actions that we're taking, and then the discussion that's going on at the state level on regulations, and then I have a recommendation for you all. Wow, Kachuma hasn't spilled since 2011. There's a good discussion to be had that this drought started way in advance of that, but that's when it became very clear to us, going back to when Kachuma last spilled. It's been 11 years. Having been in this role since 2013, I have a hard time wrapping my head around. Kachuma used to spill every 3 years. That was what it typically did. So that's heavy. The rain totals here reflect what we got last night, bringing Gibraltar up to 66% of normal, Kachuma at 63%, and Santa Barbara at 70%. Having looked at this drought monitor for years now, this is really remarkable for March. This is something you typically might see in August, maybe even September. So I would expect to see most of the state in extreme, if not exceptional, by September of this year. And in particularly of significance here is Northern California, which typically doesn't look like that at all. So really, really big, heavy issues there. As for demands, the community continues to do a fantastic job. We recently completed our urban water management plan, which kind of set some new targets. In the community right now, we were kind of following what we had projected in that urban water management plan, but our community seems to be kind of responding to the current situation already. And we're seeing kind of a deviation in a positive way from that planning effort. Again, our planning was on the conservative side. We assumed some rebounding. Certainly the pandemic has led to unusual usages. We've seen a drop off, obviously, in commercial, an increase in residential, but overall, the community as a whole is trending lower than we had it planned for. This graphic here, I want to kind of walk you through. The black line is the 2013 water usage production, but we're correlating it to usage. 2020 is the light gray. The dark blue is the 2021, and then you can see with 2022, there's just 2 months in that. But I wanted to point out here, we're using approximately 25% less than we were using in 2013, and just really consistently been doing that. And I think as we get into this, and we'll talk more about this, the state is moving the baseline from 2013 to 2020, which is going to be really difficult for us because we never really rebounded from those usages. As far as our water supplies, as of this morning, Gibraltar sits with 2,700 acre feet in it. It's about 60% of capacity. And so we have about 2,500 acre feet, we believe, of usable water. There's still a flow coming in, although it's a trickle. The reservoir came up while it was raining, but as soon as it stopped raining, it dropped off. I think the tough part for me, and Ms. Bjork knows this, had we gotten this event in early January, Gibraltar would have spilled. Like, that's how just frustrating it is that we had the whole watershed dry out and then get this rain. Glad we got it, but it just, as far as water supply wise, it didn't make a huge impact. We, of course, had planned for 0, so 2,500 acre feet is more than we had planned for. We are diverting from the lake as we speak. The challenge is because the reservoir didn't fill and spill, we had some water left in there. It's really high in organics and makes it really difficult. Our operators are working diligently to make this, utilize as much of this water as we can, so we're blending it with water from Cachuma. But at this point, we're going to go after and try and use all this water in here and before it does go bad on us and makes it really difficult to treat. So that's the plan, and we'll make room in here for next winter. Cachuma sits with just over 88,000 acre feet, at 46% of capacity. This is where it gets remarkable. We have 23,000 acre feet in that reservoir right now. 17,000 of it is because of carryover. And when I say carryover, I mean that's conservation that this community has done. That is desal operations, that's recycled water, that's offset the demands from Cachuma. It is huge. And we've got a 5,800 acre feet for this year's allocation. To put that in perspective, right now, of all the water that's in Cachuma, 25% of it is in the city's name. It is huge. This reservoir, without the efforts that we've taken, would basically have about 10% less water, about 10,000, at least 10,000 less acre feet. It would probably be closer to 30% of capacity had it not been for the city's efforts. So I just want to, we always talk about like how do we know things are working? This is really huge for us. Keep in mind, we have 23,000 acre feet of water here. Our community uses about 10,000 each year. So it's a big chunk. Now, evaporation will come off of that, and evaporation will be significant as the lake gets lower. So state water, this is, I think, my biggest frustration here. 2 weeks ago, we had a 15% allocation. And although the water to the city was rather small, it meant there was going to be water to buy. And now that the state has moved to a 5%, really has tightened up the market on purchases. That's part of the recommendation today. We will be working diligently to try to find some water for the city. Really what we're doing is hedging our bets in the future. I'm trying to delay decision on desal expansion as long as we can. And if I can buy water at a reasonable price, it does make sense. We had in our planning planned for 0. So we got 5. It's a better situation than we'd planned for. I do want to remind the council that we do have water debt. So this is, back in the day, we were borrowing, and they couldn't just outright buy water. We had to borrow it. We had a 6,000 acre foot debt at one point, and we've been slowly paying it back as state water allocations became available. We have till 2026. I'm not afraid of this. I think we could potentially extend that out, but it is something I'd like to get off the books. Another critical part, we talked about it, is desal operations. It continues to make up about 30% of the city's supply, and really has been a lifesaver operating it year in and year out. Groundwater, another benefit of our current demands and desal operations is we've had our groundwater basins off for the last 3 years, which is fantastic. We haven't gotten much in the way of rainfall, which means the recharge has been slow, but it's impressive that we've been able to do that. Our neighbors have not. They've been using their groundwater. And so we've been in a place to actually let our groundwater recover. We believe we have somewhere around 13,000 acre feet of water available in the groundwater basin. that we will start tapping into this summer. And then our recycled water treatment plant, for those who were bound when we rehabilitated it, it's operating well, and it's consistently operating. We do need to replace the membranes on it, but that is something we are planning for. But it is providing a huge benefit. And we just kicked off a new market assessment, so we're going to be taking a look at, is there any other customers out there we want to connect? So, and any other uses of this water, because we do believe we have a little more capacity we could tap into. So water supply strategy. So fortunately, we're fairly conservative with our water supply planning, and although the hydrologic conditions have been unfavorable, our planning was anticipating worse. So we continue. We did get some inflows into Gibraltar. We planned for no rainfall. We planned for no water in Lake Cachuma and Gibraltar, and we planned for a 0% allocation, and we got something better than that, which is good. And has put us in a place that I think because of our planning, because of the conservation of the community, we're not anticipating any shortages through 2024. That's assuming we make no changes, and that's assuming we continue to utilize the supplies that we have. Of course, as you know, for the first part of this drought, there are a lot of tools in our toolbox, and the state is likely to come up with some mandatory conservation efforts that we will have to comply with. As far as actions, we will be turning on some of our groundwater wells starting this summer. We do have a project to connect one of our groundwater wells that has high-end manganese and iron. We're going to be connecting that to our groundwater treatment plant, and then we will be starting pumping in the Foothill Basin in the winter. So as mentioned earlier, we are going to be looking for supplemental water purchases. We've set a target of finding 2,000 acre-feet of water. If we do get that water, the way that kind of works, we would be storing it in San Luis Reservoir, which is kind of the main bank for the State Water Project. Oddly enough, water in there does not evaporate. It's magic water. So it's a good, safe place to put water, at least during dry periods like this. And if it rains this next winter, we can use that water to pay off our water debt. And if we certainly need it, we can have it delivered. Keep updating this slide. Councilmember Friedman and I were at the last CCWA meeting, and initially we thought it'd be up to $1,400 an acre foot. I think it will be, if we find water, it will be probably more than that. But more to come. We should know in the next couple weeks who's going to be selling water. So statewide, Governor Newsom did declare a statewide drought in October and asked for voluntary conservation of 15%. We have been watching this very closely, and he's keeping it pretty close to the vest on what exactly he's rolling out. A little bit of frustration is going to come across here because we're required to come up with plans for water shortages. And I think the city has a great plan, and then the state gets into this and they're like, forget all the planning, we're just going to create mandatory conservation for everybody. And it's a little aggravating. As we kind of work through this, we'll just, we'll see what the state comes out with, and we'll respond accordingly. And that's why we'll likely be back in May to talk with you about that. But it will be difficult to hit 15% conservation below 2020. We think we could probably get to 8%, and that was kind of the peak of our conservation in 2017 when we were talking about turf bans, and the reservoir was at 7%. It'll be tough. And we've also, it's not in the budget, but we're also planning for potential revenue losses. Hitting 8% conservation will be about a $3.5 million revenue loss. So anyway, I just want to put that on your radar. I've been trying to meet with Lamone and Bennett's office to try and make sure they understand the gravity of this, and one size fits all does not work here. But we'll find out probably in April what they want to do, and we'll be back here in May to start talking about how the city will respond. So my recommendations today are obviously to receive a water supply update. And then with that, approve an increase in appropriations in the Water Operating Fund in the amount of $2 million. This is in addition to funding that we had put in there to pursue supplemental water purchases. And with that, I'm happy to answer any questions.
Okay, questions from council. Mr. Friedman.
Thank you, Mr. Hagmark, for that report. Much different than the previous items, so as we were talking earlier. But I do appreciate all the work, and as you mentioned, we had the CCWA, Central Coast Water Authority, for those at home, meeting last week, and the 5%. So you referenced it, but one of the things with the reduction from 15% of state water to 5%, and it was discussed at the CCWA meeting, this stage of the drought is different than 5 years ago because the previous, there was rain before that, and this one we haven't had any rain. And so one of the concerns is that we don't have, there isn't water to be purchased, or it's very limited, and those are willing to sell. So one, do you think we're going to be able to purchase that 2,000 acre feet? And then the other is, do you have an estimate? 1,400 is on the lower side now. We'd be lucky to get it, but do you have any estimate of what that would cost? And then if the cost goes to a certain level, would we just not purchase it?
All great questions, and that is a great point. We've got, when we were talking before, we had a state that had received some normal rainfall for a while. Now we've got 11 years of drought. We did have some little breaks in there, but not enough really to do much to recharge the system. And so, yeah, the water's going to be scarce out there. CCWA is hiring a broker. They've gotten approval to kind of go out and have someone look for water. People that know people can try and find some things that are out there. We may want to consider hiring our own to go look on behalf of the city. Good or bad about it, 2,000 is a lot of water to us. It's pretty small on the big picture. So we may be successful. I'm holding out hope. I will know in May whether we found it or not. And with that, I will have some recommendations on maybe our actions if I can't find it.
Thank you for that. And then as part of that, say we were to get that water, and you referenced it in one of the slides, but we could use that if needed to pay off water debt. But this, if say we purchased this 2,000 acre feet, that doesn't carry any additional debt, and is that because of the changes to the state water contract?
Yeah, I'm sure you guys were following, the council was following some of the latest changes, but in the past, we could only rent or borrow water, and recent changes in our state water contract allow us to outright purchase it, which really cleans up the market and makes it a lot easier to do these transactions. But really appreciate the leadership of Councilmember Friedman on that, because it was a tough battle. Both he and I were making presentations to the County Board of Supervisors who were sitting on that and holding up that contract. It was a rather frustrating discussions.
Yeah, no, it's an important tool that we now have so we don't incur future debt. And then on the 15% mandatory conservation, so we have been in communication with our state legislature on our unique circumstance, and it seems like we get penalized for doing the right thing in our community. But you mentioned that we could do an additional, I guess, 8% off the 2020 levels.
Mm-hmm.
What does that mean if we're unsuccessful and that comes in? Just in general, if we had to go above the 8%, how do we plan for that? Or just, it's very concerning to me that we could go above and beyond what you're saying here. And then also, if you could put a number on that, what is 15% from the additional 15% from the 2013? Because we have that 25% conservation. What's the total conservation that we would be required if we did an additional 15%?
Mayor, Councilmember Friedman, yeah, it would be, if I remember right, it's around a 38% conservation if we hit 8% on the 2020. And I apologize, I don't have more information, and that's, we just wanted to get to you early on this because it's a big issue. There's a lot of people talking about it, but I hope to have answers to a lot of your questions in May, because yeah, I just don't know what the state is going to build in there because they're a little frustrated that with the voluntary, more people didn't take action. But, and I can't speak for what other agencies are doing, but we certainly didn't see that rebounding here. And to put it in context, if the state were to recognize, and this is, recognize that potable reuse, desal, those actions are non-drought related, non-drought dependent sources. If you could take those out of it, I think it'd be fairly, I wouldn't say easy. I think you could hit a 15% conservation if you take those supplies out of the city's mix. Like you take that 3,000 acre feet out of the city's 10,000 that we currently use. So I think it's changing that conversation. If they really want to encourage potable reuse, investment in these drought-proof supplies, they need to not ask you then turn around to conserve water on top of those too, because your community is making a significant investment in these supplies. So anyway, I think that's, we're the canary in the mine. We're the first folks here with really significant drought-proof supplies, and so it's getting the state to recognize those investments because there's going to be more coming.
I don't think I fully recognize that point. So just to clarify that this reduction, it counts our desal and our does it count our recycled water as well usage, or but it counts the desal as what we're using, so we have to use that as part of our conservation numbers, even though it's not a technically, it wouldn't help them a drop basically because it's not state water.
Correct.
Wow. Okay, thank you.
Mr. Jordan.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Well, you mentioned the two words, I love, potable reuse, fill in the blank. It's how many years later. Where are we at the state now? I mean, we keep pummeling people to use less every year. But when are we going to are we any closer to recognizing that we're still tossing whatever the number is, 6 million gallons a day out into the bay?
Mayor, Councilmember Jordan, great question. We've had a really great presentation from one of our water commissioners in February on the state of potable reuse, and it really is challenging because they are working on it. I feel like they're making diligent headway, and they, of course, want it to be successful. Nobody can fail on this potable reuse thing, otherwise it will set us all back. But there are a lot of issues with emerging concerns that they're emerging contaminants, and one of them now is PFAS, which has challenges even at parts per trillion, and being able to take that out. So lots of work that needs to be done. I still think the city's horizon on it is probably 2035 out that far, because I think there's a lot of technology that needs to be developed, a lot of equipment to sense contaminants in the system, in the collection system before they get to the treatment plant. Just a lot of stuff to ensure the protection of the public water system. So we stand by ready. We're certainly following the science. We've got a water commission that's really engaged in this, which is fantastic. We've got operators at our wastewater treatment plant that actually have gone out and got their advanced water certifications, so they're following this as well. And so I feel like we're right there following this, but just to set expectations, I think it's still a good 10 years or more out.
And my other question just has to do with the world of COVID. I just keep reading here or there that testing in wastewater is one of the earliest indications, even prior to community testing, of seeing that there's either a decreasing incident or an increasing incident. And are we actually doing that or participating in that?
We are. We actually, Councilmember Sneddon is smiling because we had a very vocal water commission who said we want to stay involved in this science, and we've been testing monthly since the pandemic started, and it's been really powerful to see. We can detect it before it really starts showing up in the population testing. So it's been really powerful, and we've now finally got Cottage on board, and so Cottage is now participating. We're doing daily sampling, and that's emerging because we're sampling wastewater, but now the science is saying we maybe want to be sampling the solids. looking for COVID, but I think it has so many benefits to studying other things for public health. So really exciting, and we are publishing that monthly with our Water Commission agenda if you're interested in that.
Thanks.
So, speaking of obnoxious governmental overreach, 15%, what does the fish release do to our budget, the annual fish release, and how much is that?
Mayor Rouse, I don't know that offhand, but that is baked into the cake. We've already planned out 4 years of water releases for fish, and that's been set aside. I think to your point, the challenge, and Councilmember Sneddon knows this well, is that if it was truly going for the fish, that would be great. But unfortunately, we release that water to sustain fish, and unfortunately, it's also sustaining predatory fish like bass and crappie, and it's also been popular by downstream users to pump it for agricultural uses. So it makes that water that was intended to preserve steelhead, it's made it not as fruitful.
Right. Understood, thank you. Okay, were there any speakers to this item, Madam Clerk?
There are no hands raised, but we might want to give them an opportunity to raise their hand now.
Okay, because, Ms. Sneddon, do you have a comment or a question? Comment. We'll go ahead and go to comments. Ms. Sneddon, please.
Thank you, Mayor Rouse. I think you said it best right at the beginning, Mr. Hagmark, that climate change is here, the evidence is here, and that we have made and have been making for decades, actually, the investments that we needed to secure our water supply. And I think what doesn't come across so much in this presentation, but that I really want to highlight, that you, Mr. Hagmark, and Ms. Bjork, when in Public Works and now in your current position, you're a dream team for your knowledge of water and looking out for our diversified water portfolio. And it can't be said enough. It's like the stock market. When it's diversified like that, and when the bottom falls out of one market, we are still covered. We are still okay. And not just okay, but able to thrive. And it can't be overstated. I mean, with this, when you're conservative planning with state water, you plan to not get any. And it's been such a variable allotment that we have no control over. But the things that we have control over, you've been so expert in bringing to Water Commission, bringing to council and staying ahead of these issues. And I do have to say about our Water Commission, I mean, what a group of commissioners. They're not only incredibly knowledgeable, dedicated, experienced, and what they bring to the community care for our water resources. I just want the public to know how expert this particular Water Commission is in looking out for these long-term water supply issues. Also, not to be understated, the community's incredible efforts at extraordinary conservation. And I want to call back to Councilmember Jordan's time on Water Commission and how often that conversation would happen about, well, when is this the new normal? And do we just erase that bar now as the new normal? But to really highlight it's at 35% over extended periods of time conservation, and that's actually one of our water supplies. So thank you to the community for doing their part. And I have to echo the frustration with the one-size-fits-all mandate that the state is contemplating, that on top of that extraordinary conservation and on top of these drought-proof supplies, that we may have to squeeze additional drops out of there when we're already so extended in our efforts. And I'm hoping that we can separate those drought-proof supplies out from that calculation. And I know you're well aware and ahead on this and leading the way with that we're an example of a city that's doing everything right. And hopefully we can communicate that and get that across. The other thing to highlight is that enhanced urban water management plan and the outreach efforts in the community that went out for that to all stakeholders. You had so many different groups who weighed in on that plan, and public input and council input and water commission. And that's not to be ignored. That is, as you said, the careful planning for the community, from the community, and looking out for the community. To just throw that out as not good enough planning, it would be really disastrous, actually. So I think the big takeaway that I want to emphasize is what good hands we're in with your very careful, considered, community-based, long-range planning, and that doesn't just happen by accident. That's really careful planning, and I'm so appreciative to you and to the Water Commission.
Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Friedman.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just want to echo what my colleague, Councilmember Sneddon. It's been a real pleasure to work with you, Ms. Hagemark, and your staff, and I think we have in terms of our system up here, having Councilmember Sneddon and I having split the water duties, so Central Coast Water Authority and Kachuma and Combe, CCWA, or CCRB, too many acronyms. Because previously, with this, there wasn't this level of a drought, so that's a lot of information, and so it helps having your staff and then having a council that is really engaged, multiple council members, so we can try to understand and wrap our hands around this, as well as our water board. And I would just like to really echo to the public, there's always a lot of questions, and we're starting to get them more of when are we going to declare at the city that we need to conserve more? And the answer is that we already are. You just don't realize it because you've been doing it for a decade. And that's the answer, is where other communities have gone back to their 2013 usage, we have remained at 25%. And so it's really remarkable, I think, in the presentation of what you showed the benefits were to Lake Kachuma and our water supply there. And it gives us that stability for the next couple of years where many other communities don't have what we have, but it's really a testament to the public. And so it's important that the public understands that we have been conserving at 25%, and what another 15 or 8% would mean, because then I think then they would start to understand why we're not calling for that additional conservation at this time. And then I would throw it out there that as you're having those conversations with our state legislators, if we if you open to it, myself and I'll volunteer, Councilmember Sneddon, but we had talked about it, is to set up a meeting with the three of us or whoever you want with staff and meet with them, so that we're part of those meetings as well. So it's elected with elected, so happy to do that. And then if we need to send a letter from the city, from the mayor, through our legislative platform or whatever it is, just to really start to show what we've been doing and some of the reasons, such as the desal shouldn't be counted towards the state water drought because it's a completely drought independent source. I just think we need to highlight that, because the fear is that we will get some changes, some mandatory from either the governor or the state legislature, and that will have some unintended consequences for our community here, not just in terms of their water usage and what they're be able to do, but also on the costs to our system, because we do have significant capital investment that we need to have to maintain our system, and a $3.5 million hit would not compromise that, but it would make that much more difficult, because it is an enterprise fund, so it ultimately comes from the rates that users are paid. So then we would have to look at our rate structure correct on it. So there's a lot there. So I just put it out there that if you like to work with us on the council and set up some meetings, we could definitely elevate that if needed. So thank you.
All right, very good. If there are no further comments, we'd entertain a motion. Anybody want to go? Ms. Sneddon.
Move the staff recommendations A and B.
And I'll second.
Okay, motion by Sneddon, second by Friedman. Madam Clerk, may we have a roll call, please?
Mayor Pro Tem Harmon,
Yes.
Councilmember Oscar Gutierrez,
Aye.
Councilmember Jordan,
Yes.
Councilmember Alejandro Gutierrez,
Yes.
Councilmember Friedman,
Yes.
Councilmember Sneddon,
Yes.
and Mayor Rouse.
Aye. Very good. Thank you, Mr. Hagmark. We are going to recess the meeting until 6 o'clock. We have a time certain to hear the block grant presentations. So we will see you at 6 o'clock.
Hi, I'm Sierra Kalman with City TV. Welcome to this edition of Inside Santa Barbara, the city's only news magazine show. We bring you up to date on the city's most significant issues, projects, and events. It can be a challenge to find parking on a congested street. In our next story, we show you ways to relieve some parking tension and improve street safety in your neighborhood.
When parking on your street, it's important to consider how it affects others in your neighborhood. Are you taking up space with a vehicle that never gets driven? Is your vehicle creating a blind spot for others pulling out of their driveway? These tips and many more will help with the parking congestion and improve safety on your street.
The most common complaint that people call about is blocking driveways. We've tried to address some of those issues by adding red curb at the driveways so that people are able to maneuver out of their driveways. Another big call that we get for complaints is people storing too many vehicles and saving spaces on the street, which is not very neighborly and can really impact a neighborhood that's already overcrowded.
There's three big potential issues that we can have within a neighborhood, especially with lots of cars that are being parked on the street. One of those is an obvious, which is the red zones that people either intentionally or unintentionally park in. And the reason for those red zones is primarily a safety factor. Almost 90% of the time when there's a red zone that's painted on a curb, it has everything to do with safety and not necessarily because the city doesn't want you to park there. Those red zones that are primarily around those intersections are so that people that are actively driving and pulling into those intersections have a clear line of sight for oncoming traffic. That ultimately will reduce traffic collisions within the city so that drivers are able to clearly see down each side of the roadway and proceed safely through the intersection.
Another problem residents in the surrounding neighborhood face is when vehicles are parked blocking the sidewalk. This is an obstruction to pedestrians, such as a parent pushing a stroller or someone in a wheelchair who may not be able to squeeze through and may need to roll into the street in order to get around.
Another issue that we see within the neighborhood here in the city of Santa Barbara is vehicles that are parked 2 feet, maybe even 3 feet away from the curb. California state law says that you have to park within 18 inches from the curb. That creates a serious traffic hazard for vehicles that are actually on the roadway driving and could potentially cause a traffic collision.
A similar issue is when an oversized vehicle, like a work truck, mobile home, or trailer, extends into the street because it's too wide. This is dangerous for bicyclists because they may suddenly move into the adjacent driving lane without warning. It also causes cars approaching the oversized vehicle to cross into oncoming traffic.
One of the third issues that we also see within neighborhoods is vehicles that are parked blocking driveways, public and both private driveways. It's difficult for those residents that live within the neighborhood that park their vehicles in the driveway, and maybe your bumper of your vehicle, or sometimes you may not see the driveway parking at night, blocks the entire driveway, creating an issue for that resident who might be trying to leave to go to work or a doctor's appointment, therefore having them have to wait an extended period of time potentially to call law enforcement, have us respond, and potentially tow the vehicle that's blocking the driveway, preventing that resident from exiting or entering their private driveway.
Something that many people are confused about is double parking, which is only allowed for commercial vehicles when loading or unloading product or passengers. As an example, it is not allowed for ordinary drivers when dropping off kids at school or when waiting to pick someone up.
Sometimes people don't necessarily think that there's a public safety aspect with parking rules and regulations, but that's absolutely not the case. Safety is the #1 priority that is centered around parking laws and regulations. By being courteous to your neighbor and courteous to the community within the neighborhood that you live, thinking about where it is that you park your vehicle, especially in heavily congested areas where you might be able to fit 2 or 3 vehicles within a section of the roadway that you'd like to park. Please remember to try and pull as forward or as back as possible to allow as many cars as possible to park within a neighborhood, especially in neighborhoods that have parking congestion in them.
If you own a vehicle that isn't driven often but is taking up space on the street, park in the garage or in your driveway so that the unused vehicle isn't taking up shared parking space in the street.
To report a vehicle parking problem, you want to call the non-emergency parking line of the police department. That's 805-882-8900. Another common thing that people report are abandoned vehicles that have parked longer than 72 hours. And the phone call for that at the police department is 805-897-2413.
I think it all comes down to kindness when we think about not just ourselves, but how this may affect someone else in the community. I really believe that having that in the forefront of your mind will really make things better for a neighborhood and also the community here in Santa Barbara.
We hope you found those tips helpful. If you would like to learn more about parking around the city, head to the website santabarbaraca.gov/parking. And now we continue our homelessness video series with a story about long-term permanent housing solutions. See how the City of Santa Barbara and SB Act is getting individuals off the street and into a stable home. Homelessness is an issue that's currently being addressed in the City of Santa Barbara. SB Act and other homelessness services are working in collaboration with city officials, residents, and business leaders to achieve a common goal: getting individuals off the street and into long-term housing.
As we prioritize homelessness as a crisis now, it's really helpful for us to have that level of focus and spotlight on it, and it's allowing people to be more motivated and more steadfast in their engagement. But again, we're still dealing with the complexity of the system.
So we do have our PLHA funding that's coming up, and that stands for Permanent Local Housing Allocation. And that is a new source of funding that the city has obtained.
The Permanent Local Housing Allocation Fund was granted to the city by the California Department of Housing and Community Development to support eligible housing and homelessness activities. To receive the grant, the city came up with a 5-year plan, and part of the 5-year plan was to contract with CityNet, a nonprofit outreach service provider that provides street outreach to homeless individuals.
The goal of our organization is to end street-level homelessness. No one should have to sleep out on the streets at night, and so our goal is to come out and meet with individuals where they're at, connect them to supportive services, and the ultimate goal of permanent housing.
The count was about 900 total. There's a percentage that's chronic, meaning they've been out here for a year plus. But you also have a family population, a youth population. You've got survivors of human trafficking that make up the population. So it's not a one-size-fits-all. And your solutions kind of have to reflect that as well.
Each outreach provider adjusts their approach and targets it towards a specific client's experience.
A lot of times, because of their traumatic events in their lives, it really takes time to establish a trusting relationship to where our case managers from CityNet can help. Some homeless don't seem very accepting of services, but it's usually because they just don't trust from what had happened previously in their lives. And so that event does really take a toll on trying to help and assist them with case management services that they need.
And Courtney is a perfect success story of what outreach and the PLHA can do for someone struggling with homelessness.
In April, the county took us in, and we were the first ones before they started what was called the Room Key Project. We started out in the Orange Tree Hotel for a month. Then for May, we went to the Lemon Tree. And then by June, we were in with all the other people who were in the Room Key Project. That's when we started working with the housing people from the county. I was already on all the housing lists and everything, so they just had to update all of my information. And I went for my first interview to the Riviera Hotel, and I just liked the one room that they showed me that was open. And once they finished everything, getting me a grant that follows me wherever I go, it was just a blessing in disguise, and had everything I needed by the last week of August to move in but I started paying my rent as of the beginning of September, and I have faithfully ever since. And they're wonderful people there, and it's a wonderful place.
Working with CityNet and providing outreach to individuals on the street isn't the only component to getting individuals into long-term housing. The PLHA also funds additional staff resources to help keep people in their homes in the first place.
We are going to hire a new full-time rental housing mediation program specialist in order to assist us further in trying to help tenant and landlord issues so as to retain housing for them so that they don't fall into homelessness as well. So that's considered homelessness prevention.
Overall, SB Act, CityNet, city leaders, and others impacted by the issue of homelessness continue to work hard to get individuals experiencing homelessness into long-term housing, and each small step along the way makes the process worth it.
The city has also went into partnership with the Housing Authority and assisted on acquisition of property at 110-116 East Coda Street. The Housing Authority is in process of applying to the state for low-income housing tax credits to develop 28 studio units for homeless housing. So that will be very pertinent to our efforts of trying to get people off the streets and permanently housed.
If you missed our last story in our homelessness video series, you can watch it in our previous episode of Inside Santa Barbara online at santabarbaraca.gov/citytv. Public bike share programs are popping up all over the globe. Electric bikes, also known as e-bikes, are a great way to get around town. Let's check out the city's bike share pilot program.
Way back in 2017, there were a number of rogue scooter launches in the city, and at that time, Transportation Planning and Public Works went to council and said, you know, what's your guidance on this? What do we want to do? We heard that there is a lot of interest in shared mobility. At that time, we heard that scooters weren't fully evolved yet. It wasn't fully ready for public. And we also heard that council was very interested in trying a bike share here in the city.
The city's Bike Share pilot program is to provide an alternative and active transportation option for the public to easily move about the city, based on a network of publicly available rental bikes located throughout the city. The city contracted with B-Cycle in 2020 to provide the 3-year pilot program.
Bike share is a great option for those moments when it's maybe just a little bit too far to walk, but it's also too close to drive. So you've got an easy, convenient, and relatively quick option that you can use without also breaking too much of a sweat because you have some pedal assist.
Pedal assist e-bikes give you power when you pedal. The maximum speed for a B-Cycle e-bike is 17 miles per hour in the city of Santa Barbara. And they're safe and flexible for a lot of riders to use and hit a larger demographic.
Currently, there's a fleet of 140 pedal assist e-bikes with 50 stations throughout the city, and there's been about 15,000 riders who have taken around 81,000 trips covering 320,000 miles.
We are currently about a year into the pilot program. B-Cycle officially launched in the city of Santa Barbara on January 28th, 2021. There's still 2 more years remaining in the pilot program to see how bike share fits in the city of Santa Barbara.
2021 has been such a fascinating year for us. Not only did we launch during a pandemic, our ridership and implementation of the bike share went off very successfully. We've seen ridership just continue to grow as we expand, and we're really excited to potentially regionalize the program and are having conversations with different entities.
Don't worry if you've never been on an e-bike. They're user-friendly and fun to ride. Plus, there are payment options to fit everyone's needs.
All you have to do is download the B-Cycle mobile app in your Android or iOS app store. And then once you download it, you purchase a membership, and there will be a map of stations. Locate the station closest to you, go over to that station, use your phone, tap it to the dock, and then you're ready to go on the bike.
and then ride it to their destination and turn it in at that point. So you're only paying essentially for a one-way rental for the bike.
We have 3 different membership options. The first is $7 per every 30 minutes. The second and third option are actually annual and monthly memberships. Annual is $150, monthly is $30.
To rent a B-Cycle, you must be 18 years or older. City staff worked closely with B-Cycle to identify locations for each bike station based upon 3 main parameters.
Efficient sidewalk space to ensure pedestrian access, access to key destinations, and also we like to maintain visibility for drivers on city streets. So those are the 3 main ones that we try to hit when choosing a location. Some of our other locations were actually selected using community feedback. So people would request, hey, I want a bike share station here adjacent to my business, and we can work with them to come up with a solution.
The great thing about the bike share program is that you don't need to worry about costly bike repairs, and the bikes are thoroughly cleaned and maintained.
Our e-bikes are touched once a day, and our entire field tech team is out 7 days a week, touching, sanitizing the bikes, cleaning them, and swapping e-bike batteries.
It's not always a smooth ride. The Bike Share pilot program has faced some challenges to implementation, but the benefits outweigh those challenges.
We've seen some distinct supply chain issues that have caused delays in implementation for bike share stations. We've also had some challenges in implementation as far as site selection, working with review to ensure that, the bike share locations are meeting all of our parameters for installation. And we've also faced challenges with theft and vandalism. One of the benefits of bike share in the city of Santa Barbara is that it allows a public, easily accessible transportation option that can be used for a lot of different things. You can use it for errands, you can use it for accessing, our beautiful coastline here. Bike share has the potential to reduce parking demand in congested areas. And honestly, in the city of Santa Barbara, it's a really nice transportation option, in this beautiful city we live in, to be able to hop on a bike, ride across town to your destination, leave the bike there, and just have a little bit more flexibility in what you're doing. One of the things that we'll be doing is providing annual updates to City Council on the progress to date of the program, and just kind of understanding some of the ridership metrics so that we can assess how well the program is doing and what the performance is at this point, which will help determine kind of the best course of action for a bike share pilot program in the city of Santa Barbara.
The city will be installing more e-bike stations soon. The Bike Share pilot program provides an affordable point-to-point e-bike ride with easy access to many local destinations. We'll be right back.
The last time I tried to find housing, some buildings didn't have a wheelchair ramp for me to go see an apartment. So besides the high cost of housing, that made apartment hunting even more difficult.
Those people are trying to make my apartment complex wheelchair accessible. I don't know why I have to change the layout of my apartment complex for just 1 or 2 people. They should just go find somewhere else to live.
Thousands of people rely on accessible housing. If you don't want to be like this landlord, then contact the Independent Living Resource Center to find out how you can make your apartment complex accessible to everyone. When the weather changes, do you know how much water your plants need? For landscaping text alerts, subscribe to the county-wide free message service. You'll receive weekly texts with a water percent adjust recommendation to help you conserve water and save money by reducing your watering during cooler weeks. You'll also be notified about upcoming WaterWise classes. A typical seasonal or monthly adjustment isn't precise enough, so you may be overwatering and wasting money. A weekly adjustment is better for the health of your landscape, and it's so simple. Just look for the Seasonal Adjust, Water Budget, or Percent feature on your irrigation controller. And finally reduce the percentage based on the recommendation for that week. To sign up for weekly landscape alerts, text WaterWise to 855-510-0000. 0241. Welcome back. The city recently held a ribbon cutting for the long-awaited Las Positas Modoc multi-use path. Let's check out why people are celebrating.
All right, here we go. The ribbon cutting for the multi-use pathway.
The Las Positas Modoc multi-use path is officially finished, and the excitement was felt by the many people in attendance as Mayor Randy Rouse cut the red ribbon, revealing the freshly completed pathway and new connection to the Arroyo Burro open space.
Well, the Las Positas Modoc multi-use path is a 2.6-mile path that is for walkers, runners, and cyclists. The purpose of the project is to provide a safe path for all of our active transportation users. Along these roads of Las Positas and Modoc are highly speed travel roads, not making it comfortable for all cyclists of ages and abilities. This path provides that option now to navigate the Modoc and Las Positas corridors separated from vehicles. Not only does this path provide local connections, it provides regional connections as well. It is part of the region's coast route connecting all the way from Goleta to Ventura. And so it's so great now that we have a higher level facility along this very, very popular corridor.
The connections the bicycle path provides will get a lot of use, and another great feature is its connection to the Arroyo Burro open space.
So the city purchased this project or this property and turned it into an open space several years ago. And at that time, the creek habitat and upland habitat was in a degraded state. It had been kind of used by the last property owner as storage and illegal, like BMX bike tracks were out here. So we did a phase 1 project which really focused on restoring the riparian habitat along Arroyo Burro and creating floodplain habitat. And then as part of phase 2, we were focused on restoring this Campanile tributary drainage that had had a lot of illegal grading done to it in the past, as well as this pedestrian bridge, which is a huge connection to the Las Positas multi-use pathway.
The community is already seeing the many benefits of the pathway.
Well, the benefits are multiple. Number one, we have a safe Class 1 bike lane off of the traffic path, which is fabulous, and it's also a walking path. We have all this creek restoration. We have, like Cameron Benson said, almost 1,600 linear feet. We have a bridge over to the new open space area so people don't feel like they've got to park on Allen Road in the residential zone to go there. So this is such a huge community benefit. The connectivity goes all the way from Goleta and eventually down into Ventura. So it's really ambitious, but it really is a way to move forward in getting people out and about and being able to recreate in probably the most benign atmosphere you can think of. This is fabulous.
Go for a run, bike ride, or a long walk along the multi-use path and have some fun. And don't forget to take the pedestrian bridge to the newly renovated open space. In our next story, see how a new water project, the DeSal Link, is improving water quality and enhancing resiliency in Santa Barbara. If you've traveled on Garden Street the past couple months, you may have noticed a lot of construction in the street. It's for a new water project, the DeSal Link, and over 1,650 feet of pipe has already been installed.
The DeSal Link project connects our desal plant to our Cater surface water treatment plant by installing a new 24-inch pipeline, connecting it to an existing pipeline, and ultimately conveying desalinated water throughout our entire water system for all of our customers.
We will walk you through the project area with the map on your screen. You can see the existing pipeline connecting to the Cater water treatment plant here. Over here, the blue line shows where construction began, on Garden between Mission and Valerio. Construction then continued here on these 3 blocks of Garden Street, heading towards Alameda Park. Then traveling here up to Olive Street, down on Olive Street, then over here to Calle Cesar Chavez, which will ultimately connect to the Charles E. Meyer desalination plant.
The project benefits the whole community. Currently, desalinated water only reaches certain residents, really in the lower elevations of our water system. Conveying the water to the Decatur Water Treatment Plant will allow us to improve water quality, enhance resiliency. We'll be able to move water throughout our water service area once we install the Desal Link pipe.
The Desal Link project improves the resiliency of the water system by connecting our desalinated water from the Charles E. Meyer plant and surface water supplies from Lake Cachuma, Gibraltar Reservoir, and state water.
Resiliency is important because it allows us to use our supplies to the maximum benefit of the whole community. It allows us to blend water, our surface supplies and our desalinated water supplies, and move desalinated water throughout our entire service area. In the case of an emergency, this is an added supply. If we were to ever have an issue with water being conveyed from Lake Cachuma or Lake Gibraltar, this water at the Decatur Water Treatment Plant will help augment all our supplies.
Water resiliency and improved water quality is a huge benefit to the community. And you'll see active construction on the project weekdays from 7 a.m. to 5 p.m. through next winter.
Yeah, so installing a large diameter pipeline in a crowded city street presents a lot of challenges. There's other utilities. The pipeline is about 10 feet deep. It's 24 inches of diameter. The trench alone is 6 feet, and then there's some other work that you have to do in order to restore the surface of the street. So lots of challenges there. We've put a lot of quality control measures in place to make sure that the pipeline's properly installed and supported in its new environment.
Because the new Desal Link will be installed under existing utilities, the city is taking extra steps to ensure all private sewer laterals and water line connections are maintained to properties in the project area.
What many people don't understand is that sewer laterals are owned by the property owner, but they're in the city street. We videoed every sewer lateral along the route of the pipeline, so that way we can see the condition of the sewer lateral before, and then we're going to video the laterals after the project as well, so that way we can monitor the condition of the sewer lateral.
With the precautions in mind, construction is being done in 3 block sections. Each area will be close to traffic, and some driveway access to homes will be restricted during active construction times.
This project's primarily being supported through the disaster relief funds through the Thomas Fire settlement, and the remaining balance will be funded through the water fund.
Water resiliency and quality is a great addition to the city, and we anticipate the project to wrap up in early 2023. For more information, head to the project website, santabarbaraca.gov/desalink. What's smaller than the eraser on your pencil, larger than 1 nanometer, and found nearly everywhere? It's microplastics, and we'll show you what the Creeks Division has learned about their impacts on our watersheds here at home. They're in your everyday life, to the most isolated places on Earth. They're microplastics, and they're everywhere.
If you come up to this and you have your lens, you'll see like a little dot of light.
Microplastics, as their name implies, are very small pieces of plastic. So the definition per the state of California defines microplastics as pieces of plastic that are less than 5 millimeters but greater than 1 nanometer in any of their 3 dimensions. So for reference, you can think of the eraser on a number 2 pencil. That's about 5 millimeters in diameter.
They could be intentionally made that size, or they can end up being that size. So that's what we know as a primary microplastic and a secondary microplastic. So primary microplastics are intentionally made to be within those size dimensions. Some great examples of that are microbeads that are used in detergents. Great example is glitter. And a secondary microplastic are actually microplastics that break off of larger pieces of plastic. So they could break off of our piece of clothing as a fiber. They could break off of water bottles, for example. So that is what we know as microplastics. They've been found in glaciers, they've been found in stormwater, they've been found in our drinking water, they've been found everywhere.
And the big question is, what do these microplastics mean? Not only to the environment, but to human health as well.
There is some evidence to suggest that microplastic pollution in surface waters, soils, and sediments may impact the microbial diversity and function in those matrices. So that could relate to nutrient cycling. So think of like the carbon cycle or the nitrogen cycle. And so this can impact negatively the delivery of really essential ecosystem services. So broadly, that could be how well our crops grow in an agricultural area, or how much carbon becomes locked into our soils and sediments, which directly would relate to climate change.
Potential impacts on agriculture and climate change are not the only concern scientists have when it comes to microplastic pollution. They're also studying how animal populations may be impacted.
There's an interesting anecdote on how they may potentially be affecting wildlife, specifically coho salmon. So a research project was done in the Pacific Northwest, whereby they noticed that coho salmon population was declining rapidly. So came this question like, what is it leading to their population decline? And they found out, because where they would spawn would be right next to urban roadways, that small pieces of tires would wash away into these streams or like these waterways. It turns out that the very thing that makes plastics not break down very easily in the environment, an antioxidant known as 6-PPD, that when it is out in the environment, it reacts with ozone, and you have this transformed byproduct known as 6-PPD quinone. That turns out to be the very thing that led to the decline of the coho salmon population in the Pacific Northwest.
If the microplastic pollution near the salmon spawning area is what led to their rapid decline, then what does that mean for us? As mentioned earlier, microplastics have been found in nearly everything.
In terms of health impacts of microplastics, especially human health, there's a lot of emerging research that's coming out about that, specifically about the presence of microplastics within our systems, because they've been found in things we consume such as salt, beer, drinking water. Do they potentially leach out different contaminants that may actually harm our human health?
Because of the environmental and health concerns, the City of Santa Barbara's Creeks Division wanted to know the specific levels of microplastic pollution on a local level.
Based on presentations and literature and media reports that we were seeing, we became concerned that microplastics might be an issue in creeks in Santa Barbara, and then the microplastics that would be discharged to the ocean. And so I reached out to several contacts at UCSB and got in touch with Dr. Patricia Holden, who we've already worked with extensively on other issues. And she was already studying microplastics and had a couple of graduate students who were already working on it. And so we put together a proposal that we submitted to the UCSB's Associated Students Coastal Fund, and they generously supported the project. The proposal that we submitted was to understand how large of an issue microplastics are in Santa Barbara, and specifically in creeks, and what are the concentrations during the different storm events, and also could we possibly reduce some of the microplastics getting to the creeks by some of our stormwater activities, especially street sweeping.
With the proposal submitted and approved, Becca and Tim Neat began their research.
So we like to begin our research with the story of how these pollutants may end up in our environment and the impact they can have. We had an awareness that these microplastics were somehow entering our oceans and ending up in our sediments there. And other literature in this field has shown that microplastics are conveyed through stormwater runoff, especially in an area with a lot of impervious surfaces, so concrete and asphalt. So we hypothesized that stormwater runoff could be a contributor of microplastics into our coastal oceans. And Jill considered the different management practices for pollution mitigation that the city already has in place. And street sweeping was a management practice of interest to understand if it was effective at reducing the concentration of microplastics entering our oceans. So we developed a research question which probed at that, how many microplastics were entering our oceans during stormwater runoff events, and how effective is street sweeping at reducing the number of microparticles that enter our oceans through stormwater runoff.
We've collected stormwater samples, and the city is collecting the samples, and unlike most of the times when we sample, we can't just collect a bottle. There's actually a pretty low concentration in the environment, and because of the methods that UCSB uses to quantify the amount of microplastics, we have to filter up to 100 gallons of sample of creek water every time we give them a sample.
And Timnit and I used our methodological approaches in the lab to extract and isolate and chemically identify those microparticles. So that's through filtration, and then we use a fancy tool called a Fourier transform infrared spectrometer, which based on infrared light wavelengths can give us an idea of the chemical identity of the microparticle in question, so that we confirm yes or no whether or not it's actually a plastic or simply a microparticle.
The research did in fact show meaningful concentrations of microplastics in our local creeks after a storm event. What remains is understanding if street sweeping could be a good strategy in reducing micropollution in Santa Barbara.
We've collected samples from the street sweepers. We take a portion of that and also send that to UCSB, and we haven't learned the results of that yet. So if UCSB does find that there's a substantial amount of microplastic in the street sweeper debris, that gives us some good information that street sweeping could be an excellent method to tackle some of this pollution.
We're learning more and more about microplastics and microplastic pollution every day. Taking steps as a city to learn how to reduce micropollution here at home. But there are steps we all can take to reduce our own micropollution footprints.
When we have conversations about plastic pollution, there are a number of different ways that this issue can be addressed. And so I just encourage folks to consider what they are able to do based on their circumstances. Sometimes plastics are very necessary materials, which is why we've seen them become such a popular material in our industries and for consumers. So Timnit and I are really focused on inclusive solutions to environmental problems and engaging and empowering individuals to take action to the extent that they're able to help.
Say no to a plastic bag when you're at a grocery store. Choose to reuse a plastic container, for example, that you may have purchased a couple of times before you throw it away. Recycle as best as you can as well. Follow those awesome recycling guidelines that are out there. Consider reduction a lot if you have the means to reduce your plastic consumption, as well as reuse. Another way that I think that you can certainly limit or rather contribute to the efforts on limiting plastic pollution, specifically microplastic pollution, is by talking to your legislators.
Every little bit helps, and it's really just up to your background and your level of ability to participate, and it's nothing to fear, but something to be aware of and something that we can all make a difference in reducing.
It's never too late to do your part to prevent microplastic pollution. For more ways to get involved, head to the city's website, santabarbaraca.gov/creeks. In our next story, we show you some new renovations at Bonet Park. See what's new as Mayor Randy Rouse cut the red ribbon to officially welcome guests.
Bonet Park, an essential for the Westside community, has seen families play since 1936. Donated by the Bonet family, this park serves as one of the few open spaces on the West Side. Recently, Bonet Park, under the canopy of its large, shady sycamore trees, hosted a ribbon-cutting ceremony to celebrate the completion and the reopening of the park after its renovation project.
All right, Bonet Park is open for business.
Bonet Park, the only park on the west side of Santa Barbara, went through a 5-month renovation project that started in October 2021. The last renovation in the park was done in 2016. This recent renovation project had 2 parts: park improvements and the creation of underground stormwater treatment facility. The project's design and development began 3 years ago. The Parks and Recreation Department and the Creeks Division collaborated on this renovation, as the Creeks Division was looking for a chance to create an underground stormwater treatment to improve water quality, and the Parks and Recreation Department was beginning to look into refreshing and updating the park itself to better accommodate community use. Funding for the renovation was provided by the Community Development Block Grant Program, La Cumbre Foundation, in the city of Santa Barbara. The stormwater improvement project was funded by hotel visitors through Measure B. Today, we celebrate with the West Side neighborhood the reopening of the new $1.9 million worth of improvement to Bonet Park. The second portion of the project is the addition of the stormwater filtration system to improve water quality of the water that flows into Old Mission Creek from the neighborhood and eventually making its way into the ocean. In 2003, the City Creeks Division restored riparian habitat, improved water quality with bioswales, and enhanced open space in the park.
First off, we've never done a project like this at the Creeks Division. We've done a lot of demonstration projects like the paver projects in the streets and the sidewalks and things like that. But we haven't done any of these underground chamber type projects where you're infiltrating stormwater under a play field or a parking lot, something like that. So it's pretty new for us. And that's why we did it. We wanted to use it as a demonstration project for the community, as well as treat, almost 6 acres of urban runoff. We've just never done one here, and doing one in the parks, they've done that in other places, and it's a kind of a cool thing because you've got a dual use. You can play on the field and you've got water quality treatment. So other water quality treatment devices sometimes require quite a bit of real estate in order to do it. But this, you've got a dual use, and so that's nice.
A new addition at Bonet Park is the ADA-approved facilities, like this wheelchair ramp behind me and more accessible pathways. The addition of facilities that are compliant with the Americans with a Disability Act allows for this park to be truly enjoyed by everyone.
New additions also include new picnic tables along Old Mission Creek, reservable picnic sites, barbecue grills and coal receptacles, trash and recycling containers, renovated bathrooms, streetscape fencing, new grass turf on the sports field, and irrigation and landscaping.
It's really important in this neighborhood because, as you can see, it's a relatively densely packed neighborhood in terms of how many people live here per acre. And so the outdoor spaces are even more important because this is where you don't have a back or a front yard. This is where the kids come, and this is where the kids meet, where they play soccer and they play basketball. And being outside is such a huge benefit, especially what we've gone through with COVID. The kids still have the masks on in school, so this is just a fabulous park. It's beautifully done, and it's just wide open. You can see it from everywhere, so it's a fabulous place for this neighborhood to have.
I have to say that what I really hope most of all is that through the summer, spring, fall season, that the neighborhood's able to come out and enjoy being outside and being with their families. It's been a rough 2 years for many people, so reopening this park, the goal is that people will be happy and be able to come out and rejoice that they can be outside.
It's such a cool location because not only is it a park, big open space, there's a playground, there's a creek, there's a Boys and Girls Club. This whole place is just an outlet for community members, family, kids to come together and play and be happy outdoors.
For the renovation, storm water would flow untreated into Old Mission Creek. The improved water quality will not only benefit people downstream enjoying the ocean, but improve wildlife habitat as well. The Westside community has now gotten a renovated park that will better serve the neighborhood and the young children who will grow up playing in this park for years to come.
I used to live in this neighborhood actually, and what excites me is just this broad open space. It's got all sorts of uses. Obviously, there's a playground back there for little kids. There's a wide open grass space for whatever kind of sport you want to play. Beautiful little kind of picnic areas over here. Real basketball courts with, glass backboards and great looking hoops. So there's just so much to offer here. It's just out here for everybody to use.
The park remains an important feature to the West Side and will get a ton of use. Congratulations to all the individuals who worked on the park improvements. Up next, a deal you won't want to miss. See how the city of Santa Barbara is now partnering with the La Cumbre Mutual Water Company to save water on the South Coast. And it's official. The city of Santa Barbara will now provide recycled water to the La Cumbre Mutual Water Company, further building water resiliency and reliability on the South Coast.
This 25-year agreement that provides up to 100 acre-feet of water to our neighboring agencies of La Cumbre Mutual Water Company. To put this volume of water in perspective, it's enough water annually to supply 350 homes in the city of Santa Barbara. So a significant milestone to move this around. And what I really appreciate is it's not often that you can deliver an agreement that is a win, 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 win. Like it's quite remarkable. Not only does this divert 100 acre-feet of water, treated wastewater going into the ocean, it saves 100 acre-feet of our drinking water. It utilizes existing city infrastructure and gets more bang for our buck. And it's a financial benefit not only to city customers, but to La Cumbre customers. And this is, not the first time. We've been working with La Cumbre for decades now. The city treats their state water, and we've also been in opportunities to assist them from time to time with drinking water and other projects. And we also, most people don't know this, we also share a groundwater basin with La Cumbre. So we do have a shared interest in working cooperatively.
And a newly installed service connection has just been completed to deliver the recycled water to the largest customer of the La Cumbre Mutual Water Company, the La Cumbre Country Club.
During these times of drought, it's become especially important, projects with alternative sources of water for the club. And, there may be a day when we won't be able to put potable water on our fairways, and we'll be already set for that. We now have reclaimed water on our fairways, so that will save a lot of fresh water for everybody.
The recycled water will be used for golf course irrigation and will benefit both agencies because they share a groundwater basin. And less use of the groundwater means more water storage to meet the drinking water needs of the community.
I think we understand as a city and have the mission that we only have one water in our whole community, and if we can divert some of that water that would have gone out into the ocean and instead use it to water landscaping and in other ways, then we're really preserving our potable water and keeping that into the future as well.
Congratulations to both water agencies on your 25-year agreement. Well, that does it for this episode of Inside Santa Barbara. If you have questions or comments on the show, give City TV a call at 564-5311. Not to worry if you missed anything, you can watch us online at santabarbaraca.gov. I'm your host, Sierra Kalman, and remember, get involved inside Santa Barbara.
Reconvene the meeting. We have an item to read, number 21. Madam Clerk.
Item 21, Community Development and Human Services Committee recommendations for fiscal year 2023 and action plan public hearing.
Thank you. And we will begin, I think, Ms. Doubles.
Yes, thank you. Good evening, Mr. Mayor and members of the City Council. I am Laura Doubles, and I'm the Housing and Human Services Manager for the city. Thank you for having us here tonight to present to you the Community Development and Human Services Committee's fiscal year 2023 funding recommendations. Here with me tonight is Community Development Program Specialist Lindsay Drews. Next slide, please. The funds being recommended for allocation originate from two sources: City Human Services funds and Federal Community Development Block Grant, or CDBG funds. Human Services funds, shown here in the red, are general funds that Council committed in October to support programs that provide direct human services to low-income city residents. The funds shown in blue are the CDBG funds. The amount shown in dark blue is the estimated entitlement amount that we will receive from HUD. As of today, we still have not received official notification of the actual amount, so therefore we are using last year's amount for our estimation. The smaller amount in the medium blue are program income repayments, and the light blue are prior year unexpended CDBG funds. Combined, there is just over 1.7 million estimated to allocate. This slide shows a brief history of how the available funds have changed in recent years. As you can see, human services funds have remained stable in the last couple of years. For this current grant allocation process, Council committed level funding in the amount of $726,150 for the upcoming fiscal year 2023. With the city's CDBG entitlement, you can see that funds have remained somewhat level for a few years. The city's allocation of CDBG funding for fiscal year 2023 is estimated at $909,454. Each year, Council establishes the funding priorities for the Human Services and CDBG program. In October, Council approved the priorities as shown here. First priority are for programs that help meet basic human needs, specifically food, shelter, or housing, and either physical or mental medical needs. And second priority are for proposals that reduce the impact of violence and or are preventative in nature and or promote the highest degree of functioning the individual is capable of achieving. The priorities for CDBG funding fall under three categories: homeless assistance, which are programs that provide services to homeless individuals and families, and victims of domestic violence; public facilities and infrastructure, which are capital projects that improve the facilities of organizations that serve low and moderate income residents, as well as public infrastructure and parks improvements in low and moderate income neighborhoods; and economic development, which supports programs that provide self-employment training and small business loans. The funding recommendations before you today were made by the Community Development and Human Services Committee. The committee is made up of a diverse group of individuals that represent various facets of our community, as shown in this slide. As you will learn today, the committee members spent a considerable amount of time and energy in evaluating the many applications submitted to make the recommendations before you today. They understand how important these funds are to the applicant organizations, especially during these unprecedented times, and their recommendations are never made without serious consideration. And on a side note, our committee is currently recruiting to fill open positions. So please reach out to us if you may know of someone who might be interested in joining this committee to help our community. The funding process begins in October with public noticing. An advertisement of the funding availability was placed in the Santa Barbara Independent. Press releases in both English and Spanish were published, and an announcement was sent by email to all agencies that had previously expressed an interest in applying. This included current grant recipients and agencies that have applied for funding in the past 2 years. The notice was also posted on the city's website. In November, staff had held a virtual mandatory application workshop for all prospective applicants, during which in-depth training on the city's requirements, including measurable outcomes, are given. Staff was available by phone and by email to answer any of the applicants' questions. In addition, as an incentive to submit their applications early, staff offered to review and provide feedback on applications that were submitted prior to the deadline. Applications were submitted online via an online software platform known as Neighborly. 55 applications were submitted by the December 22nd, 2021 deadline. The total funding requested came to approximately $2.2 million, which exceeded the available funding for public human services programs and capital projects by more than $650,000. The committee members analyzed each application package, which included a 35-question application form, proposed outcome measures, client demographics, as well as program and agency budgets. The committee spent 3 nights interviewing applicants, followed by a 4th meeting to deliberate on the requests before members made their individual scores. Prior to commencement of the interviews, committee members conducted virtual site visits and reviewed the performance reports of applicants that had previously received human services or CDBG funds. Using Neighborly software, committee members scored the applications based on the applicants' written proposals and verbal presentations. Applicants' average scores were determined using an Olympic method. Under this method, individual committee member scores are tallied, with the highest and the lowest score removed, and the resulting amount is then divided by the remaining number of members who entered a score. The committee formulated the recommended funding amounts for each application using the applicant's Olympic score and prior year funding as a starting point, while considering other many important factors such as priority, community need, and duplication of services, among others. The full committee approved the final recommendations on February 22nd, 2022. In the public services category, 50 applications were submitted with requests totaling just over $1.5 million. At the time the recommendations had been developed, as mentioned before, HUD had not yet released the city's actual amount of CDBG allocation for fiscal year 2023. Therefore, the available funding for this category was estimated using the previous year's CDBG allocated amount. Per federal regulations, a limitation of only 15% of that CDBG allocation is allowed to fund public and/or human services and is estimated, as the bar chart shows, as $136,418. When combined with the council's human services allocation of $726,150 in city general funds, it makes the total available $862,568 to assist public and human services. As you can see, the majority of public and/or human services funding comes from the city's general fund that the council allocates to assist our community human services agencies. Because of this city assistance made available by the council, the committee was able to recommend funding for 43 of the applications submitted. I will pause here briefly on this slide so that you can see a breakdown both in dollar amounts and percentages of the proposed distribution of funding illustrated by this pie chart of which types of programs are assisted in proportion to overall funding. Under the capital projects...
Laura, one moment, please. Ms. Sneddon.
Can I just ask you a quick question? I'm having trouble telling the difference among the blues.
That was going to be my question, too.
So if the 39% is it youth or senior or homeless?
Looks to be homeless, but...
I would guess, but I'm not sure.
Thank you, council members. Then that would be homeless.
That would be homeless.
Yeah.
Okay, so 39% for homeless, and then the 4%, is that senior?
Disability.
Or, I'm sorry, I shouldn't guess. I'm just going to ask him to tell me.
That would
Did you
be
have a question,
senior.
Mr. Jordan?
I just have a suggestion in future years. I have the same problem, and I'm closer, is that you put the percentages in parentheses after the titles. I think when you get old, you just can't even tell any shades.
Very
anymore.
good suggestion. Thank you so
Smarter than we
much.
thought you were. Wow.
Sorry, that's just me getting old.
I'm sorry, so which is it for the 4%? For youth, senior, and homeless, and disability, I guess I'm asking. I can't tell them apart.
Yes, Councilwoman Sneddon. So to go from the top, speaking to the youth would be, it would, yeah, be the 68,300. And then medical and health would be 187,500. The other would be 65,200. And then at senior would be 31,000. Homeless would be 336,668. Emergency would be at 53,100. Disability would be, Disability would be 37,200, and food would be 83,600.
Thank you so much.
Under the capital, I'm sorry.
Please go ahead.
Okay. Under the capital projects category, the amount of CDBG funds available this year is estimated at $665,563. This amount includes the unused CDBG funds in the amount of $74,418 from last year that ended up being declined by one of our awardees. The city received 5 applications for capital project requests. One agency withdrew their application during the funding process. The remaining applications totaled $665,563. The committee is recommending funding for 4 capital projects. One is for a facility improvement project for a nonprofit organization, and 3 are city neighborhood improvement task force projects. The remaining CDBG funds will be allocated for fair housing and administration of the CDBG program, as listed in your staff report. As mentioned, at the time the committee developed the recommendations, HUD had not yet provided the city's actual CDBG allocation amount for fiscal year 2023. Thus, the committee voted on a contingency plan in the event of the actual CDBG funding being higher or lower than the original estimation. In the event the funds are increased, the excess available funds for public and/or human services will be distributed equally to the 5 highest scoring priority 1 applicants who did not already receive full funding until the excess is depleted. The excess available funds for capital projects will be equally distributed among all the applicants in that category. If the increase is more than $25,000, the committee will reconvene to make a revised recommendation. In the event that the funds are less, the deficit of available funds for public and/or human services will be divided equally among the 10 lowest scoring priority 2 applicants, and their funding will be reduced or eliminated until the total deficit amount is reached. If, as a result of this contingency plan, the recommendation to a particular applicant is less than the city's $9,000 minimum grant amount rule, then that minimum will be waived. The deficit that would result in available funds for the capital projects will then be reduced equally among all capital project applicants until the deficit amount is reached. If the deficit again is more than $25,000, then the committee will reconvene to revise the recommendations. The funding recommendation report contains a detailed description of the allocation process, as well as a summary of all the programs recommended for funding this evening. This report is available to the public for review on the city's website located as shown here on this slide. In order for the city to receive federal funds such as CDBG, HUD mandates that an annual action plan be submitted. This document identifies the specific activities that will be undertaken with CDBG funds. This action plan covers the period of July 1st, 2022 through June 30th, 2023, and will incorporate the fiscal year 2023 funding recommendations discussed today. HUD requires that at least 2 public hearings be held during development of the action plan. The first was held before the council on October 26th, and today is the second public hearing. Comments received during today's hearing will be incorporated into the final action plan. The draft version of the action plan will be available for public review for a required 30-day period, which starts April 1st. The report can be found on the city's website homepage, located at the internet address shown on the slide. Comments must be received by May 3rd. We tentatively plan to bring back the final action plan to council for final adoption in May after the public review period concludes. If the recommendations are approved this evening, staff will then move forward to execute the grant agreements, which templates of those agreements were attached to the staff report for reference. Staff will also submit the capital projects that will be funded by CDBG to HUD for approval. I would like to go quickly over all of staff's proposed actions for the council before you tonight. We ask council to approve the Community Development and Human Services Committee's funding recommendations as presented in Attachment 1 of your agenda staff report and in the funding recommendation report for fiscal year 2023. We ask that you authorize the Community Development Director to negotiate and execute agreements implementing the funding recommendations and conduct a public hearing to obtain input on the city's annual action plan for fiscal year 2023. This concludes my presentation, and I'm here for any questions. Thank you.
Thank you. I was moving to questions and eventually deliberations. I'd like us all, I know we all appreciate the work of this committee, but they'll remain mindful of the effort and the time these volunteers put in to do these delineations. So, do we have questions for Ms. Doubles? And do we have Ms. Harmon and Ms. Gutierrez online as well? Hopefully they're up
Here,
there.
Mr. Mayor.
Okay, very good. So if there are no questions, we will go. I know we have some public comment. Do we not, Ms. Kovacs?
We do. We have 3 raised hands.
Okay,
If
may
there's
we have the-
4 raised hands. If there's anyone else who would like to raise their hand to speak, please do so now. We're getting a lot more hands raised. First speaker, Arcelia Sancion. You can unmute yourself and speak.
Good evening, Mayor Rouse and City Council members. My name is Arcelia Sancion. I am the Associate Director at Standing Together to End Sexual Assault. First, I want to express my appreciation to the Community Development Department staff. They were helpful and guided us through the grant application process. In addition, I want to congratulate the department for the seamless transition to the new grant application online software system. It was easy to navigate and intuitive, so thank you for all your hard work. In addition, the Community Development and Human Services Committee did their due diligence to review, interview, and finally make recommendations for funding. It was not an easy task. Thank you for your service to the community. And finally, we value our partnership with the City of Santa Barbara. With the funding recommendation before you this evening, STESA will be able to provide critical safety net services for survivors of sexual assault, their families, and friends. Services include the operation of our 24-hour hotline, mental health services, and emergency response to a request for assistance from the Santa Barbara Police Department, and healthcare professionals for forensic medical legal exams. We appreciate your support. Thank you.
Thank you. May I have the next speaker, please?
Our next speaker is Courtney Frazier. Courtney, you can now unmute yourself and speak.
Good evening, council members. My name is Courtney Fraser. I am the Community Engagement Director for New Beginnings Counseling Center. Our board of directors, executive director, staff, and volunteers would like to thank the Community Development and Human Resource Services Committee for recommending both our Community Counseling Center and our Safe Parking Shelter and Rapid Rehousing program for funding. Our counseling center provides one of the lowest sliding scales in Santa Barbara, ensuring anyone in our community can access quality counseling services. For our safe parking program, the need has increased more than usual due to COVID-related job loss, evictions, and the need for social distancing. This funding will allow us to improve our program outcomes and serve our clients extremely more effectively. Thank you, council members, for your support of our organization and our community partners.
Thank you. May we have the next speaker, please?
Yes, our next speaker is Tara Connolly. Tara, you may now unmute and speak.
Good evening, council and community members. My name is Tara Connolly, and I'm the grants manager at Child Abuse Listening Mediation, and we're going by CALM now. I would like to speak on behalf of our organization, and more importantly, on behalf of the children and families we serve, to thank you all and the entire committee for your consideration tonight and your hard work to complete this grants process. CALM has been serving Santa Barbara County for over 50 years, but it is more urgent than ever for our community to have access to culturally responsive and expert mental health care. The average number of adverse childhood experiences among CALM's clients has jumped from 3 to 5 in the last 2 years. This includes experiences of abuse, neglect, and exposure to domestic and community violence. All of us have experienced heightened anxiety and stress in the last couple of years, but for some, those stressors are compounding in remarkable and dangerous ways. CALM is here for kids and families in the city of Santa Barbara, providing expert clinical care to prevent those traumas and reduce their impact in the long run. With your continued support, which we so sincerely appreciate, we are better equipped to reach those in need of healing supports. We are so thankful for the opportunity to serve our community in this way, and thank you for your consideration tonight.
Thank you. Are there any further speakers?
Our next speaker is Regina Ruiz. Regina, you may now unmute yourself and speak.
Good evening, City Council members. St. Vincent's Family Strengthening Program is very grateful to your support and extends our deepest gratitude to the City of Santa Barbara's Community Development and Human Services Committee for recommending our Family Strengthening Program for funding this year. The support of the City of Santa Barbara makes a tremendous difference in the lives of local homeless mothers and their young children. St. Vincent's is the longest running social services nonprofit in Santa Barbara, founded in 1858. The Family Strengthening Program just celebrated its 25th anniversary. It's the only program of its kind in Santa Barbara, offering more than 2 years of housing, preschool, and wraparound services right on our campus. I want to share with you a brief recent success story just to show how your support transforms the lives of mothers and children and our community for the better. We accepted a frightened mother and her 1.5-year-old daughter into our program last March. She didn't have childcare. She didn't know where to get good childcare, and even if she found it, she didn't have money to pay for it. She was unable to go to work despite having a job cleaning office buildings. Due to her immigration status, she was unable to attend and utilize county childcare subsidy. The woman came to us after witnessing her husband and his brother involved in a narcotics distribution incident. Within the first few months, her daughter was enrolled in our childcare. She began to work more days and enrolled in online English classes. She became a success in our community, and now she has been offered a job and has been working as a receptionist and is moving up at her job. She has continued to work, go to school, even took driving lessons, and received a donated car from St. Vincent's. 2 generations have been improved and guided in a new positive direction because of the long-standing support from the City of Santa Barbara. So tonight, we thank you for that long-standing support.
Thank you. May we have the next speaker, please?
Yes, we have a few speakers, so I'll read a few names. We have 4 more speakers. I'll read their names in advance so they can be ready. Our next speaker is Andrea Slabby, followed by Patricia Keelan, followed by Paul Catan, and finally Nancy Tilley. Excuse me. Andrea, you can now you can now unmute yourself and speak.
Good evening. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Wonderful. Good evening, and thank you so much for this wonderful opportunity to say thank you to the City of Santa Barbara, the councilman, the mayor, and especially the team of volunteers that spent countless hours gathering information and doing the interviews for the grantees. We are extremely grateful. I am with Organic Soup Kitchen. We have been around since 2009. We serve nutrient-dense soup meals to cancer patients, low-income seniors, and those with chronic diseases. Now more than ever, your support and grant is needed due to the rising cost of inflation and among many other worldwide incidences that are happening. It is affecting us here in our hometown in Santa Barbara. So this grant will help us procure the cost of produce, as well as help us with our program coordinator, who reaches out to our low-income cancer patients, and she is also bilingual. Thank you again to everyone. We greatly appreciate it.
Thank you. May we have the next speaker, please?
Our next speaker is Patricia, Andrea Slabby. I might not have, sorry, there's a glitch here. Yeah, we're at Patricia Keelan, or Keelan. Patricia, you can now unmute yourself and speak.
Thank you. Good evening, Mr. Mayor and City Council members. My name is Patricia Keelan, and I'm CEO for Communify, formerly the Community Action Commission of Santa Barbara County. Communify would like to thank the community development staff and the Human Services Committee volunteers for the recommendation of continued support for our 211 helpline program. We know there are so many worthy programs and appreciate the difficult decisions that they have had to make. 211 Helpline is a free, comprehensive information and referral system that connects City of Santa Barbara residents with Health and Human Services resources, disaster relief, and public information via phone, website, and two-way live texting. On average, approximately 30% of all callers are residents of the City of Santa Barbara. Most are female over the age of 55 years of age, and most often seeking information on mental health and substance abuse, substance use, housing, legal, or public safety issues, as well as more recently, of course, information on COVID-related testing and vaccination sites. 211 is also a key partner in disaster response, ensuring residents have access to the most up-to-date information during natural disasters and other emergencies. I hope that you will support the committee's recommendation to continue to support this essential service. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Our next speaker is Paul Catan. Oh, he just dropped off. Okay, our next speaker is Nancy Tilley. Nancy, you can unmute yourself and speak.
Thank you very much. Good evening, Mayor Rouse, City Council members, and Community Development Human Services Committee staff. I am Nancy Tilley, Chief Operating Officer and Chief Financial Officer for the Santa Barbara Neighborhood Clinics. We take this opportunity to thank the City of Santa Barbara Community Development Human Services Committee and Community Development staff for their work in evaluating the agency's grant applications and for their recommendation of our proposed dental for the homeless program funding in the amount of $31,600 and the Santa Barbara Neighborhood Clinic's Eastside Family Dental Clinic installation of safety glass partitions funding in the amount of $71,838 for the 2022-2023 program year. We provide integrated medical, dental, and behavioral health services. Overall, Santa Barbara Neighborhood Clinic served over 18,512 individuals in 2021. 10,794 of those were residents of the city of Santa Barbara. In 2021, Santa Barbara Neighborhood Clinics served 2,107 homeless patients. This past year, through our Dental for the Homeless program, we were able to treat 404 homeless patients, and we know that with these funds, we can serve at least 400 next year. We will also serve at least 3,600 unique patients at the Eastside Family Dental Clinic with the safety glass partitions installation. Our target population are low-income uninsured families and homeless Santa Barbara residents. These programs are especially important as the County Public Health Department does not provide dental services. So homeless city residents who receive primary medical care with the county are also referred to us for their oral health care. At the Eastside Family Dental Clinic, we provide comprehensive oral health care services, including oral education and prevention, cosmetic dentistry, implant dentistry, pediatric dentistry, restorations, fillings, bridges and crowns, root canal therapy, partial and complete dentures. These funds will provide dental services for persons who may otherwise find themselves in the emergency room for treatment of infections and other maladies associated with poor oral health care, which leads to poor physical health, including infections that can travel to the brain, heart disease, and even cancers. We have been open throughout the pandemic, meeting the community's healthcare needs, provided COVID testing and COVID-19 vaccines. Again, thank you for your consideration of the recommendations from the City of Santa Barbara Community Development Human Services Committee to fund the Santa Barbara Neighborhood Clinic's dental care for the homeless program and the Eastside Family Dental Clinic installation of safety glass partitions. We also appreciate the work of your community development staff, and we invite members of the City Council to tour our clinics and their work. Thank you for your continued support.
Thank you. May I have the next speaker, please?
We have two more speakers. Next speaker is Lisa Beck, followed by Paul Catan, who had dropped off and is now back on. Lisa, you can now unmute yourself and speak.
Thank you so much. Good evening, Mayor Rouse and council members. I'm Lisa Beck, Chair of the Rental Housing Mediation Board. On behalf of the Rental Housing Mediation Program and Board, I'd like to thank the Community Development and Human Services Committee for their recommended funding. I'd like to share some history about this vital program and its impact on our community. The Rental Housing Mediation Program was established in 1976 through grassroots efforts by landlords and tenants united in their goal of having an accessible, neutral option for resolving housing disputes out of court. The program is comprised of 3 professional staff: Senior Rental Housing Mediation Specialist Andrea Bufano, Bilingual Mediation Specialist Alba Marshall, and Mediation Specialist Raymond Rango, as well as a board of 15 City Council appointed volunteer mediators trained in compliance with the State of California Dispute Resolutions Programs Act. The program's objectives are to resolve tenant-landlord disputes out of court, resulting in housing retention and the prevention of homelessness, to provide accurate information on tenant-landlord rights and responsibilities, helping them to make informed decisions and resolve their own disputes when possible, and to provide outreach and education to the community. Their services include staff consultations, staff-conducted telephone mediations, and staff and board facilitated face-to-face and virtual mediations, resulting in binding settlement agreements. In fiscal year 2021, the program served 1,079 unduplicated clients, with 78% being tenants and 22% being landlords. 57% were extremely low to very low income, approximately 1/4 were Hispanic or Latinx, 91 were disabled, and 94 were Section 8 beneficiaries. The program addressed 329 termination of tenancy cases, so these services are critical, particularly at a time when housing security has become an increased challenge for our community. New state and local laws adopted over the last few years have dramatically increased the program's service demands. These laws include rent control, mandatory lease offer mandating mediation, which specifically names the rental housing mediation program, just cause for evictions, relocation assistance for no-fault evictions, and laws and policies related to COVID-19 and government rental assistance. So in conclusion, the rental housing mediation programs provides a critical service to the Santa Barbara community, avoiding costly high-stakes litigation, which burdens local resources, and ensuring that fair and neutral resolution services are available to all community members, regardless of their income level. In fiscal year 2021, 90% of the program survey respondents reported that most or all of their rental issues were resolved through staff consultation, and of those that go to mediation, the program's success rate is nearly 100%. The program's no-cost service is vital to our community as it addresses societal issues before they become societal problems. I urge you to support the recommended funding, and I thank you for your past support.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Our final speaker will be Paul Catan. Paul, you can now raise your hand and speak.
Hello. Thank you, and sorry about the technical glitch earlier. I guess I get to back cleanup. Thank you, Mayor Rouse and members of the City Council. As was said, my name is Paul Catan, and I'm the Director of Grants and Advancement for Family Service Agency. As has been said many times and can't be said enough, we'd like to thank the Council, City staff, and members of the Human Services Community Development Committee for your continued work and consideration of support in these grants. The city's longtime partnership in these grant projects is incredibly impactful, and these meetings are such a great reminder of that. It also reminds me of how our own organization was started. For those of you who don't know, Family Service Agency began in 1899 with citizen leaders pooling resources to help struggling families meet their needs and to do so in a way that preserved dignity. And as the community has grown, so has FSA's commitment to help those in need. Today, we provide mental health counseling and basic needs assistance for children, families, and older community members. This continuum of services assists people with solutions to immediate needs and tools for long-term well-being. 3 of our core programs are being recommended for city support tonight. They include our Family Resource Center, which helps families stabilize their lives through intensive case management, parent education, and also assistance with everything from housing and utilities assistance to applications for health insurance and CalFresh. Also included are our Senior Services Program, which provides older community members and their family caregivers with mental health counseling and resource support. As well, our Long-Term Care Ombudsman Program advocates for the quality of care of residents for long-term care facilities. The last 2 programs, our Senior Services and Long-Term Care Ombudsman Program, also receive funding as part of the Older Americans Act. So the city's grant, if the city's grant is awarded, it actually helps satisfy a required match to access that funding as well and bring that to the community to serve our older community members. As has been said, I'd just like to recognize that as we and our sister organizations here tonight continue to respond to the changing needs of the community, we remain grateful for your steadfast, supportive leadership. And we are also happy to host a site visit at our community office or family resource centers anytime. Thank you so much for your consideration and support.
Thank you. And is that it for the public commenters?
That's the final speaker.
Okay, very good. We'll close public comment, and it's to the council. Mr. Gutierrez.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I have a question for the city attorney. I sit on the board of Communify. Do I need to recuse myself from voting on this item?
Honorable Mayor, Councilmember Gutierrez, rather than try and analyze it on the fly, I would suggest that you do recuse yourself. And procedurally, the council should sever the motion into 2 pieces. The first would be with respect to Communify, you would need to leave the room at that point. Once that action's taken, the council can bring you back and vote on the rest of the provisions. Severing is, of course, optional for the council mayor. That's a courtesy you would afford if you wish.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We'll approach that when we get ready to make a motion. Ms. Nudd.
Thank you, Mayor Rouse. I'll be brief and sort of echoing your comments. This was my first year as liaison to the Community Development Human Services grant process, and what an impressive group of people, so dedicated, and the amount of work, as you mentioned, that goes into the site visits, the interviews, and really the pre-work that happens before an application even comes through to make sure they're successful. So this is all the way around such a fantastic program, and it's really gratifying to hear callers and to read all of the different organizations that we're able to distribute funds to. So thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Friedman.
Thank you. What a great meeting. This might be my favorite city council meeting in the 4+ years I've been on here, starting with the libraries and ending with this. It's just outstanding to see the level of community involvement that our city has, our residents, our city staff. I too want to thank the committee. You are volunteers, and it takes a lot of time, and you all have busy lives, and to put that out there and volunteer and to really look at these programs and make difficult choices, because we all wish there was more funding, but to really come through and look at the priorities. I also want to thank our staff for all the work that you do on this. It is a priority for our city, and we are a service organization, and this exemplifies that we provide services to our most vulnerable and at-risk populations, and that we have tremendous partners out there with our community-based organizations in achieving those results. And the stories tonight from testimony from our public commenters was just really moving in what's done. And in the past, we've had the chambers open, so I think in the future we'll probably have more public comment coming in from the organizations in the future. So fully support this moving forward. So thanks again to everyone.
Thank you. Further comments from council?
Mayor Rouse, may I make a comment? This
Yes.
is Councilmember Harmon.
Oh, hi.
Thank you. Apologies, my video is not working again. But I will too be very brief and just want to echo all of you have spoken in expressing my sincere gratitude both to the committee and staff who do this incredible work, and then to the providers. You know, I can't help but think, as we're hearing about all this amazing work, we've always known about the need, the real, really serious need here in our community to serve folks. But I think it's clear that COVID has not only exacerbated that, but highlighted to us how important it is that we keep focused on serving our residents and serving particularly our residents who are most vulnerable. So I just couldn't be more grateful for the work that all of these organizations are doing. You're really serving a critical need here in our community. And this kind of partnership between municipal government and our nonprofit community is, I think, something really special to us here in Santa Barbara, and something that we need to continue to build on, and really happy to be part of this vote tonight. As everyone has said, it's just, it's a great feeling, honestly, and it's such a wonderful way to end this evening. And I do also want to close my comments. Thank you, Councilmember Gutierrez, for bringing up board membership. I apologize, if you all don't mind, if we could also sever the award to Domestic Violence Solutions, because I sit on that board, and I agree, better safe than sorry. So apologies for the extra work there. Thank you.
All right, very good. Well, if there are no further comments or questions, we have two things to carve out and vote separately on. So I would suggest, if it's the pleasure of the council, we'll take the one from Mr. Gutierrez, which is Unify. So, Mr. Gutierrez, if you'd excuse yourself for this vote, because you're on that board, and I'll entertain a motion and a second for that.
So move.
Moved by Friedman.
I'll second it.
Second by whoever that voice is up there. Very good.
Alejandra Gutierrez.
Mr. Colon.
Ms. Gorman's telling me that Councilmember or Mayor Pro Tem Harmon had a similar issue to.
That's correct, on Domestic Violence Solutions.
Okay, thank you.
So she's going to vote on this and the body of it, but not on that one. So we'll do that one next.
Thank you.
Okay. So we have a first and a second. May I have a roll call, please?
Can I get clarification, please, on the motion? So the motion is to support the staff report specifically regarding Communify.
That's correct.
Okay. Councilmember Jordan?
Yes.
Councilmember Alejandra Gutierrez?
Yes.
Councilmember Friedman?
Yes.
Councilmember Snedden?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Harmon?
Yes.
And Mayor Rouse.
Aye. Okay, very good. So we'll bring in Mr. Gutierrez back. And Ms. Harmon, if you leave the room, please.
Will do. Thank you.
And once again, I'll entertain a motion for the domestic violence solutions item.
I'll move that item.
Okay, moved by Snedden,
Second.
second by Friedman. Thank you. And may we have a roll call vote to approve that, please?
Yes, so this is a roll call vote specifically supporting the staff recommendation for domestic violence solutions.
Correct.
Councilmember Jordan?
Yes.
Councilmember Alejandra Gutierrez?
Yes.
Councilmember Friedman?
Yes.
Councilmember Snedden?
Yes.
Councilmember Oscar Gutierrez?
Aye.
And Mayor Rouse.
Aye. Okay, very good. We'll invite Ms. Harmon back in, and we'll entertain a motion for the balance of the recommendations.
So moved for the
Moved by
balance of the
Snedden.
recommendations.
Second.
Harmon,
by
second.
Oscar Gutierrez, no, Oscar got you.
Who made the motion, Mr.
It
Mayor?
was Snedden made the motion, Gutierrez made the second.
Okay.
And may we have a roll call vote?
Yes. Excuse me. Alejandra Gutierrez?
Yes.
Councilmember Friedman?
Yes.
Councilmember Snedden?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Harmon?
Yes.
Councilmember Oscar Gutierrez?
Aye.
Councilmember Jordan?
Yes.
And Mayor Rouse.
Aye. Very good. It's unanimous. Well done. And once again, thank you to all the efforts that are done by the staff and the committee on that.
Thank you.
Okay, and with that, we will go to council member committee assignments. Let's see, I had Ms. Snedden first, please.
Thank you, Mayor Rouse. So we were off last week. So for the 2 weeks, I attended a webinar put on by SB Act on human trafficking in our area. And there's a lot there we could be doing. And that was very informative. Attended a water commission meeting, and we heard the water supply update that we heard this evening. A COMB meeting, that's the Kachuma Operations and Management Board, and we're continuing to move forward toward a secured pipeline. It's worth noting that bid prices for many projects have nearly doubled, so $4 million to $8 million, but then we've received some substantial grants and awards there, so it helps with that, but we are moving forward with that project. Also attended the Community Development and Human Services, and they did mention they had openings. They have 9 openings on that committee. So putting the word out for recruitment of community members who'd like to serve on that committee tonight's a great example of the good work that they do. There was an Earth Month kickoff event. I visited the Rembrandt show twice, and if you haven't gone yet in the community, please go. It's such an opportunity. And then also a community arts workshop. They had an event for their final fundraising push, and one of the things that they highlighted was all the different programs that are housed in that space and what a community benefit they are. Thank you.
All right, very good. Thank you. Mr. Gutierrez.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I attended the Youth Speak Out event yesterday. It was really good to hear all these local youth leaders talking about positive ways that they can deal with some of the issues like mental health in our community. It was very inspiring. And I also attended the CEC Earth Month event. I think it was their kind of debut of their new space that they have on State Street, which was very impressive. And I think that's about it. Thanks.
All right, thank you. Mr. Friedman.
Thank you. I attended the Central Coast Water Authority meeting, as we discussed in the earlier item. Also attended the human trafficking webinar or meeting that Councilmember Sneddon referenced, and yeah, there's a lot there to it, and pretty eye-opening. And then also attended another great event. One of my favorites of the year is the Fighting Back Council on Alcoholism and Drug Abuse Youth Mentor Annual Gratitude Luncheon. And so thank you to all the mentors and mentees and everyone who puts that on every year. It's really amazing to see what a difference in the lives of both the mentors and the mentees make for each other when they are matched together and continue these relationships well into adulthood for some of them. So it's always a great event, and thank you to the Cicada and Tobes, who is the founding mother of that event as well. So just want to express my appreciation.
Thank you. And I can't see either Megan Harmon or Alejandro Gutierrez. Are they raising their hands for this? They're not. Okay, very good.
Nothing to report, Mr.
Thank you. All right, very good. We will adjourn. Next week, we will be gone for, we will be off actually for the celebration of the Cesar Chavez holiday. So we will see you in 2 weeks. Thank you.